The time is now 5:04, and I'm hereby calling this meeting of the Finance Committee to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Okay, Mr. Alamina's not in. Dr. Lewis is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett?
Present.
You have 4 members present.
We have 4 members present, and we will resume once we establish quorum. Stay. Davina? We have quorum. Okay. The time is now 5:11, and we are coming back. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alameda's not in. Dr. Lewis is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett?
Present.
You have 5 members present.
We have 5 members present. The OMA details the statutory requirements for individuals wishing to speak before a public body. A public body must allow a person to address a meeting of a public body under rules established and recorded by the public body. Rule 29.8 of the council rules: any person at a council meeting may be called to order by the president or any council member for failure to be germane, for vulgarity, or for speaking in excess of the allotted time, or any other violation of these rules. Council Rule 29.9, any person who is called to order shall yield the floor until the chair shall have determined whether he or she is in order. If a person is determined to be out of order, that person must yield the floor and forfeit any remaining time. Reading of disorderly persons, City Code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meeting. Are there any agenda changes or additions? I have one that I'll order without objection, is the special order to allow for a 15-minute discussion concerning the operating millage and/or budget for the City of Flint's Downtown Development Authority. It is now time to go into closed session. Mr. City Attorney, would you like to?
Madam Chairperson, pursuant to the provisions of Michigan compiled law 15.268E and subparagraph F of the Michigan Open Meetings Act, the Department of Law is requesting to address City Council in a closed session to discuss the resolution of 2 cases, being case number 24CV12189 and 24-120713CZ, both of which are in the Federal District Court for the Eastern District of Michigan.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to go into closed session.
Point of order, can you request information? Could you state which those cases again?
Sure, the 2 cases, I can give you the case, I was just giving the case numbers. One is case number 24CV12189. The other one is 24-120713CZ.
So one of them is the Michael Cochran versus City of Flint. Is
That's
that-
correct.
And I'm sorry, we just got our agenda, so I apologize. And the other one,
There's a case called Jackson versus Porter.
Jackson, okay. Madam Chair, through you, I believe to go into closed session, do we have to have,
5.
through you to the city clerk, 6 people to go on?
Oh, is it 6? Oh. It's 6.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I think because we're a body of 8 now.
So since the council has operated with 8 members for quite some time, there was a legal opinion given previously that while you have 8 members, a majority is still considered 5.
Okay. So it takes 5. So I'll entertain a motion. It's been moved by the councilwoman in the, I'm going to my spot, in the 7th ward. Is there support? Is there support? I'll support that motion. This is the vote to go into closed session.
Mr. Alamin is not in. Dr. Lewis is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 5 yes, 0 no. We will now go into closed session. A reminder to the members of the city who are present that cell phones are to be silenced during a meeting. So when we come back, please make sure your cell phones are silenced.
Look, no, I am too. So look, I like your shorts. Look, we're kind of twinning. We have the same thoughts. I got on Birkenstocks like a whiskey leather color, and you have on black gold shoes in a whiskey color. So no, we had the same idea today. Same idea. Are you the same?
I appreciate it. I'm actually going to answer questions. Essentially, my understanding was just a question about the marriage itself. There was a question about, I'm assuming about horse using. And I can
It's great to see your acting practitioners. Guys that didn't fill that position permanently.
truthfully, if we had more money, probably we would do this. No, meaning that essentially everybody I've been doing this for a long time. Super I've attended meetings with other business associations.
I know Sean with the business sisters business is downtown. Just drinks and essence. Sheena, she's in the alley.
I started to imagine when you shut down. So it's good right now. And the other thing is,
Yeah. I mean, I can count the different types of businesses and the types of cuisine, foods that you have. And I think as we make this, that to me, I think I live in Chicago. I'm sitting, I don't want to eat my food all the time. I think different cultural experiences.
that's what people come for.
That's what you're and I'm telling you, I bring people downtown to do business. They'll be surprised. Like, oh no, this is not what this time. And I'm like, yeah, I know. Literally Denver, California, Florida. And I take them downtown and give them my experience.
You know.
Oh, I don't know. They probably took it back downstairs. Or it belongs to the clerk's office. No, it was just, it brought it to the clerk's office. So they probably took it back down. It was one of those legs.
Is he here? Oh, okay. Okay. Did you get this?
I did.
Okay. All right. This is for that,
The applicant's for choice.
for the endowment.
No, that's another one.
Oh,
Yeah.
because you got two on the
I have
agenda.
a lot. I have 3 total.
Oh,
One
what's
is
the-
one is to accept money from my another is
Is, what time is it? I don't have my, what time is it? I don't have my phone. The time is now 5:58, and I will entertain a motion to go into closed session. Excuse me, I will roll call, please, Madam Clerk. We're back in session.
Mr. Alamin is not in. Sorry, Mr. Alamin is absent. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Present.
Oh, present, excuse me.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Machad is not in. Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett? You have 5 members present.
We have 5 members present. I'll now entertain a motion to go into closed session.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would like you to the city clerk, does a council member have to be present and acknowledge on our roll call to go back into executive session?
No. If you are not present when council enters into a closed session, any member can come into that session at any time.
Thank you for putting that on the record.
I'll entertain a motion to go back into closed session.
So moved.
Is there support? It's been moved by the councilwoman in the 2nd ward, supported by the councilman in the 9th ward to go into closed session. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mr. Shad is not in. Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett? Yes. Mr. Alamin is absent. Vote is 5 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no. We're not going into closed session.
Already been gone, I wouldn't know, right? And then you had 3 people back there. Just hang on that money.
goodness, what are you allergic to? Maybe it's just dusty. What time is the pouring rain supposed to start? The time is now 6:40, and I hereby call this meeting back to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin is absent. Dr. Lewis?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat? Present. Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett? Present. You have 6 members present.
We have 6 members present. We'll now go into the special order 250215, a special order to allow for a 15-minute discussion concerning the operating millage and/or budget for the City of Flint's Downtown Development Authority. And I believe we have someone from the DDA here. Please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. I'm Damian Frazier. I am the DDA's attorney, and I've served in that role since 1991.
Thank you. Do you have a presentation, or do you want us to ask questions?
Well, I can start with the general presentation, which is this millage is allowed by the DDA Act. It's a 2-mill millage. The DDA has assessed it essentially since its beginning. It collects, in 2024, 2025, it generated $104,000 of funds for the DDA, and they're restricted to use those for government operations, essentially their core mission, which is street cleaning, functions that help improve the downtown. They do some improvements in the downtown. They take care of graffiti. The funds that can be used for would be enterprise funds, such as the parking system, that cannot be used for offsetting costs for the parking ramps or parking system. So it's kind of general, and after that I can answer any questions that anybody has.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone who has any questions for the DDA?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Hi,
Ms.
Mr.
Burns.
Frazier. I pretty much sidebarred with you while we were waiting to get my questions asked, to get them answered. So right now, we do not have we don't have a DDA director, we have an interim, correct?
That is correct.
And how long have we've had, what, 2 years?
That's correct, I think.
Yeah, about
Close
2
to it.
years. How many staff members does the DDA have?
There are 2 essentially enforcement officers, a office person. There are, I believe, 2.5 maintenance workers.
And so what is your total operating budget?
So for the total operating budget, including the parking operations, is $1,118,000.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
$1,118,000.
Okay, the parking meters. So you removed the prior ones because there were issues, and that was a good thing. So the new ones, are they put in yet? Are they?
They're in the process of being put in right now, and with, in just a background on that system, the old system that had a puck per spot, that had cameras and essentially a computer per spot. So when you pulled in and you parked and you didn't pay, it issued tickets. That system was taken out, and then the new system that's going to be put in is similar to what we had before that, which was a passport system. So if you go to Ann Arbor, Lansing, Detroit, they have a kiosk in the middle of a block, and you go to the kiosk or you can use an app. I mean, in fact, it's easier to use an app, and you put in your license plate and you buy time, and in the app you can actually update it if you're don't have to physically go back and put money in the meter.
So it's basically the same type of system?
It's the same type of
Just a
system used
different
in those
vendor?
cities, but it's not the same type of system that we took out. The system we took out, you essentially, well, that was more of an enforcement problem because, again, if you parked and you didn't pay, you automatically got a ticket, regardless of the reason. And there were kiosks, I think there were 2 kiosks per block on that one. They had an app also, but the app was kind of difficult to use for most people. And so the passport system is, I think, if anybody goes to other cities, they're going to see it's a similar thing. I mean, it's pretty much used
So
across
it's the
the
same
country.
system that other cities use?
Correct.
So I know when these parking meters were put in, it expanded. Are you putting, it went like down streets and on streets that there weren't normally parking meters on?
So-
Are
so-
you putting them back in the same places?
No, well, one, we are, by ordinance, are required to enforce parking on those side streets. Right now, the meter's going to be on Saginaw Street only. So there's, I want to say from near City Hall all the way down to the river, effectively is where we'll have meters. I could be wrong by a couple blocks on that, but then eventually where we have some, the first street off of Saginaw Street, what we have is we have people who park there. It's hard to enforce parking without a meter system because, the old ways it was done was you would go drive around, you would basically physically mark where a car's valve stem was, and then you come back around again, and if they were there longer than it should have been, you could ticket them. But the Sixth Circuit has said that would actually be a violation of the Constitution. So that system's not around anymore. So the only other way that you can really enforce it is actually have some kind of meter system. And the whole reason we have the meters is that we have downtown businesses who complain that the parking spaces are used by employees who are working downtown instead of going to one of our lots, or they're just parking on the street and staying there all day. So over time we figured out that those side streets right off Saginaw are if you don't enforce, they'll be taken up by employees.
So that's the reason for having them on the side, and then the back
Correct.
streets is because of potential employee parking. So how much do you collect in revenue a year from parking meters?
I'm going to look here because
Last year, I know, was nada.
last year was difficult, and I want to say effectively. Give me a second here. So the there's 2 parts. Parking meters we estimate with the first year, because we're starting part year, we got $12,000. Normally, so when we had the passport system previously, we generated between $30,000 and $50,000 a year on that system.
That's it?
It's net of, so we have to pay for the cost of an enforcement officer. We have to pay for the cost of the system. And in background, the DDA ended up with the role of parking enforcement because the city of Flint had done it historically, but the cost of the city of Flint to have a city of Flint police officer do it, became prohibitive. And so they stopped enforcement. And then ultimately, because of the excess parking of employees downtown, the resolution was to turn it over to us for parking enforcement, and then we would take it on. The city, it ran essentially it was a negative budget item for the city, and for us, when we had the system that we took out, that probably was, I think that was like a $300,000 net for us. But again, it was also a problematic system because it relied on enforcement heavy, ticketing heavy, which was viewed, and I think rightfully so, that it was just a punitive system for people downtown.
Madam, I'll yield my time so
Okay.
others.
Is there anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Mr. Jarrett.
through you to the speaker. Good evening, sir. I know there was just question about the meters and what kind of revenue they generate. Are you aware of the last time that a budget or financials for the DDA were forwarded to the city, the administration, and or the council?
I can't tell myself specifically, but I believe we presented a proposed budget. Historically, what happens is we volunteer board, and we end up trying to get the budget approved in May, but sometimes getting a quorum. We don't get a quorum. So this year in May, we didn't get a quorum. So the next meeting would be next Wednesday, and they approved the budget. Probably, I've done this 30 years, probably 20 out of 30 years, we end up approving the budget in June, submitted to the city, which is not ideal because you need to include it in your budget as well. But I believe we sent the proposed budget, within the last few weeks.
Do you know this millage? Is it a renewal or is this a new millage?
It's a renewal. It's in fact, for years it was done as a continuing, where the council approved it as an ongoing. So in my 30-plus years, this is the first time I've had to come up and answer on that one because it has been a continual. But it's just a continual millage that we've done for, I think, 50-plus years.
Okay, so when you say continual, do you know if this is at the same rate as last year?
Exact same rate.
Exact same rate. And you all are projecting that at this rate, this will help to cover the total operation of the DDA without any additional inputs from the city?
Correct.
I yield.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion? I would just take a few minutes and say that I've been going to Lansing quite often and using their parking system. And I like the idea, even though this is on the DDA millage, I just want to comment, since there was discussions on the parking meters, that using the app has made it very, very easy to park in Lansing down around the Capitol. The one time before I had downloaded the app, the first time I went, I got ticketed. And I put money in. And I had this thing on the thing. But it's so nice. And so once they're in, I hope that you promote that app like crazy. You can pay for it. And you can depending on the parking limits on what spot you're in, you can pay, you can add time without going out to your car. All right, seeing how that's all we have for now, I'm going to close the special order out. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
It's now time for public comment. Members of the public who wish to address the city council or its committees must register before the meeting begins. A box will be placed at the entrance to the council chambers for collection of registrations. No additional speakers or slips will be accepted after the meeting begins. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comment, with only one speaking opportunity per speaker. Madam Clerk, who is our first speaker?
The first speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Hello, my name is R.L. Mitchell. Through you, Madam Chair, through the Ninth Ward Councilman, I was in your ward this morning, sir, because today is the day I'm supposed to get my Social Security phone call at 9:30. I'm supposed to be at my daddy's address. That phone been there for 65 years. It never been cut off. But when I got up about 5:30 this morning waiting for the bus, I usually can walk from there and get there before the sun come up. But I said to wait for the bus. And when I got there, I realized I ain't had no key to get in my daddy's house. So I started finna break in, but I saw some, just like the fella got you talking. This is 40503. The whole area be coming to a downtown, like he was talking right there. Cause cameras on the, because I bet, but my sister was across the street. She been in there since my father put her in the house. So I went over there to ring the doorbell, it said no soliciting. Every time I ring the doorbell, something was taking a picture of me. So I rung it about 5 times, and every time I rung the doorbell, the thing take a picture. So I decided to sit on the porch, and then God showed up. I was sitting down on the porch. It was it was a thunder, one blast. He told me to get up and leave, because if you don't, you're gonna get lectured. You know, you said, I got up and left, because if I get lectured, I was gonna go over there and break into my daddy's house, but I had to deal with the DDA. But I left, and then I went down on 12th Street before I got across Grand Traverse. I had to use the bathroom. I tried to go in the bushes, then the brick company, they started coming. I went up, then I went farther, I thought I was by myself. Then when I relieved myself, somebody walked behind me with a dog, but the dog got better. I just kept on relieving myself.
RL.
And then another thing, I went to the
No
I
more
went to
discussion of
McDonald's,
bathroom.
and God showed up over there. I told the people, they said, you're not supposed to leave, sir, because you don't get but I got 6 sisters. One of them was in Chicago. She happened to know exactly where and move I make. The time I went to this coffee place, I got a phone call. They said, Mr. Mitchell, you got a phone call. And she said they looking for you, but the one,
RL,
but the
that
one
is your
He
time.
must come, because the
RL.
CDA is all messed up and they can't clean up, because this city
Please-
get ready.
please turn his mic off.
Oh, that's you.
RL, that is your warning. Go ahead.
The next speaker is Anna Rodriguez.
Good evening. My name is Anna, and I'm here as an advocate and a
Can
concerned
you move
citizen.
your mic down closer to your mouth?
Sorry. Good evening. My name is Anna. I'm here as an advocate and a concerned citizen, someone who stands with the people of Flint in calling out injustice, failed leadership, and the urgent need for real accountability. Let's call it what it is. That's what happens when you use, sorry. Let's be clear, the budget is more than numbers on paper. It's a reflection of our values. It shows what we choose to protect and what we prioritize and what we serve. And what did this budget process reveal? A projected deficit, despite claims of balanced budget, cuts to essential services like the senior center and opioid responses, while funds were redirected to PR campaigns, golf courses, and private parties. The use of the city reserves in a way that raises serious questions about long-term sustainability, and perhaps most disturbingly, the use of law enforcement to silence public dissent. Residents removed by clapping, for holding signs, or for speaking out. That is not democracy. That is intimidation. Let us not forget, Flint has lived through the trauma of state emergency management before. We know what it means when the local governance fails its people. This just isn't about the budget. This is about trust and accountability, and the city of Flint that deserves better. We need transparency about how decisions are being made, how ARPA funds have been spent, and how this administration plans to move forward without mortgaging our future for short-term optics. To the council, we're watching, not just for votes, but for the vision, for courage, and for leadership. Flint deserves a government that serves all its residents, not just the politically powerful. I came here all the way from DC, not because I come to judge anyone that's up here. I come because of what I've seen, and it's hurtful. I come from the nation's capital, and I see the things that we go through, but we have a right to protest. We have a right to speak, and we should not be silenced by the things that are shutting us up. Whether we agree to disagree, I don't agree with talking about the way people look or the way people dress, but I do agree about putting you in your place. And the way I put you in your place is by allowing me to speak and use my voice. When you silence me, what you're saying to me is that I'm not a human and I don't have a right to talk. Stop silencing the people of Flint. Stop. Stop. It is not right. It is not fair. That's all reason why I came. God bless Flint.
Next public speaker.
The next speaker is Miss Elizabeth Taylor.
We, the public, waited for 2 hours for the meeting to start. Not an apology, not an explanation. I think that expresses how you feel about us. So for the finances, I think we should be talking about a plan for the water. I didn't hear much about that during the budget. I'd like to see a plan for the roads in the city of Flint in the residential area. I'd like to see a police training with a moral compass in it. I feel that the Open Meetings Act tells us that we have a right to see every line item of the budget. These things are all hidden from us. The DDA and the meters, excuse me for the humor, how much does that cost the city and to what benefit? I didn't hear anything that sounded like it can even support itself. The other thing is, what's the expose on that Fenton money for the mink eyelash lady? We still don't know the end of that. And the ethics board, without an ombuds, shouldn't even be considered for funding. So I think the item tonight that you have posted, which is almost immoral to give out a document like this and expect the public to read it and absorb it and understand it and respond to it. So I would say, as Reverend Thelkrell has taught us all about the FBI, it looks like it's friends, brothers, and in-laws. One more time. And I also think that there isn't just any respect. I mean, these items should be online for us to have time to look at them. We shouldn't be responsible for understanding all the legalese that are in here because we are the public, and you don't have to write them like that, but you do choose to do that. And I wonder why. Is it that you just don't want us to know? Are you hiding like the public is so concerned about? I think we have a responsibility, you have a responsibility to us. I think something got lost with Councilperson 1, 2, Ms. Beverly is in 3, and 4 and 7, because there's no respect for the public. We just don't get support or encouragement, and I think we deserve it. And I do want to say that I appreciate Ms. Tanya Burns, Ms. Winfrey Carter, Mr. Jarrett, Mr. Pfeiffer, for trying to stand up for us and be with us. I appreciate that, and I think they deserve it. Keep talking to us, keep educating us. Please keep showing that you care for us, because we're not feeling.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Stanley Wood.
Just so you know, I brought my Bible with me today, Flint City Charter. And like I said last week, I'm going over it and just seeing, right now I'll come up with 8 violations. We'll cover those later, because I only got 3 minutes and I got a lot of stuff to go through. One thing I did notice in here is the word shall, and the shall means you must do it, okay? That's really important here. Councilwoman Lewis, you did tell me to give you an email about the safety plan. I did do that. I followed up with a second email yesterday, so if you can do that, I sent it to your City of Flint email address. Ethics Accountability Board, right now, again, Ward 4, 7, and 9 doesn't have anybody appointed. their next meeting, they already talked about they're probably not gonna have quorum. And they didn't have quorum for what, 3 or 4 months? This is ridiculous. I don't know what's planned, because that way we can't be held accountable for what's going on. I don't know. Resolution 250199T, the facade for the buildings on Saginaw Street. Does the city own these properties now? Because according to the real estate portal, they're listed as private property. So I'm just wondering, I don't know, maybe the portal's not updated that I use. But I'd rather see a resolution for $250,000 to replace the repoed stuff from the ambulances. I know Chief Wiggins didn't talk about it, but the Lucas system, which is to help perform CPR and keep your hands free to do other things. When I got my paramedic license in 1984, I know that's aging me, but one of my requirements was to do CPR for 20 minutes. 20 minutes is exhausting. You almost can't do it. We had to do it to get our license. I couldn't imagine these guys trying to do CPR and still get to the hospital and work with the paramedics and stuff. So I'd like to see a resolution to get the repoed stuff back. And then lastly, 250213-T, that's the ARPA funds for, I'll make it easy and just call it food banks, but the churches, that definitely needs to be approved. And then last week, I'm not quite sure how this happened, but you guys allowed LaShawn Johnson to basically, campaign up here. And the last thing I want to leave you is Matthew 6, chapter 6, verse 24. No one can serve 2 masters, for you will hate one and love the other. You will devote one and despise the other. You cannot serve God and be enslaved by the money.
But y'all don't want us to speak as the residents.
Excuse me. Go ahead.
The next speaker is Mari Kopeny.
Let's go, Mark. All right now, you know you a celebrity.
What you talking about? Hold on. Okay. After standing in front of you week after week, it is clear that only a few of you actually listen when the youth are speaking. The non-stop having your heads down, rolling your eyes, and behaving like children is out of line for any adult. But it's even worse because you guys are elected officials. Leave that childish behavior for the actual children, please. The youth of our community are the ones that are dealing with the out-of-control violence in our community the most. Way too many youth here know someone who has been directly affected by the gun violence epidemic that plagues this city. But you are desensitized to the crime that is happening nonstop all around you. I can scream at you all day about the violence, but most of you don't listen to a thing I say. So let me help you put a face to just one victim in our community. On Valentine's Day 2024, a 3-year-old little girl got a hold of a gun and was left unattended and shot herself over on Clover Lawn Drive on the north side of Flint. Her father was the very first person charged under the new Michigan Safe Storage Law and had just went into effect on Valentine's Day. After the horrible incident, not a single person from the city council, or law enforcement followed up with the family or even attempted to check up on Sky and see how she was doing. I want all of you to meet Sky, one of our strongest Flint kids, and low-key, she's my bestie. They clapping for you! Yay! They clapping for you! She is just one kid in our community, but there are so many others. Please do more to advocate the youth here. Our futures are online and we can't even vote yet. So please do your job. Please.
The next speaker is
Ma'am. Go ahead.
The next speaker is Reverend Matthew Hogue Smith.
Good evening. My name is the Reverend Matthew Hoke Smith, and I come before you with urgency because Flint is in crisis. Opioid overdoses and gun violence are killing our neighbors and breaking apart families. These are not distant stats. These are faces you've seen at church, at the grocery store, and maybe your own family. These guns and these drugs are not separate problems. They're tied up in the same deadly game killing our young people in Flint. I'm here to bring you good news. You already have the tools to fight back if you're willing to quit squabbling and work together for the people. The Charter gives you authority to direct public safety, health programs, and budget resources. Under Charter's Public Safety Mandate, Section 10, and Council's power to direct department budgeting and public health services, Section 3-102, Section 10, the Council can direct additional opioid settlement funds beyond the already budgeted around $250K to recruit community outreach specialists within the Office of Public Health. This would expand the already funded $400 total settlement to focus on overdose response, naloxone distribution, and education. Our budget supports CIB and Special Narcotics Unit led by Flint PD and MSP. Under the Charter, Council can create task forces or committees as deemed necessary, Section 3-103, and may direct public safety resources, Section 10. Let's officially establish a gun violence and opioid investigation task force funded via CDBG and ARPA to pursue intelligence-led investigations of gun trafficking and opioid distribution in Flint. The Charter also empowers Council to allocate discretionary budget resources to enact resolutions and ordinances serving public health and safety. Section 3-301, Section 10, you can allocate just 1% of the general fund, around $600K, to seed grants for local initiatives, mentoring, street outreach, trauma counseling, modeled after the successful efforts like Saginaw Help Program. Under Section 10's Public Safety Mandate, the Council's authority to direct department activities, Section 3-208, Council may request regular department reports, formalize an interdepartmental protocol codified by a Council resolution requiring fire and EMS to visit overdose hotspots with naloxone and refer individuals to treatment funded by the Opioids Fund. Lastly, Charter Section 3-404 requires City Council appointed city auditors to conduct annual audits. The Section 3-206 grants council authority to make investigations and require reports. Council should invoke these provisions to hold an annual public audit and hearing on opioid and CDBG funds, presenting a full public accounting, bolstering trust and transparency. And I invite every one of you on the table to join in this effort. Thank you.
The next
Excuse me,
speaker,
ma'am. That's your warning. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
the next speaker is Kaylani Copany.
I am Keelani Copney, and I am 12 years old. Last week, we went over the basic rules we learned in elementary school. And last week, you made it clear you still need refreshers, so here they are again. 1, treat others the way you would like to be treated. 2, when someone is speaking, listen to them and give them your full attention. 3, your tone means just as much as what you are trying to say. 4, don't tell lies. Now that we have gone over the basics again, I also want to remind you of number 1 and 2 of Declaration of Rights in the Flint City Charter. 1, the people of the city of Flint have in this charter reaffirmed their faith in the fundamental human rights and in the equal rights of men and women. They have determined to promote social progress and to guarantee that city government serves citizenry. The people of Flint have mandated that the city shall provide for public peace and health and for the safety of persons and property in the city. And they require that city officers promote respect for these rights and freedoms. The people have a right to, and city officers shall pledge themselves to assure residents and businesses a clean, safe, blight-free environment, safe and decent housing, job opportunities, clean air, access to safe drinking water, clean waterways, and a sanitary city, health care, safe roadways, sidewalks, and convenient public transportation, recreational activities and facilities, and cultural enrichment. It's time to stop behaving like out-of-control kindergartners and go back to the basics and remember who you serve and start working for all of Flint's residents and not just the ones that benefit you.
The next speaker is Kawana Mack.
Hello. You know what? I just wish y'all crooks just take the money in one whop and get out of here. Bring the financial manager in here. I mean, every city office is corrupt, and it's a shame. You don't think about the people of Flint. Y'all talking about those parking meters. We need a receipt. The DDA corrupt too. And that's right. Ooh, people that's not coming down here, they trying to add another property increase, $210 for soiled waste disposal, solid waste disposal. And also another fee for street light maintenance throughout the city of Flint. We already have both of those on our property taxes. It's another way of that cooking the books, Judy. And just steal it. You know, be smart, just get it all in one whop. Miss Mouchette, water lady. How's it going with the water testing? What is the level saying? You know, tell us something. Fake, whatever. And let's everybody have a good vacation, because I'm wore out with this corruption. See you next meeting.
The next speaker is James Moore.
James Moore, Second Ward. I want to take a moment to thank the city clerk for returning back our chairs. Some they have people in, some they don't, but at least we got them back. So there is hope somewhere in the city of Flint. And then I would like to say to the sergeant, which is the highest ranking officer of our table of police officers in the back. Somebody took our rug, man. Our black rug that be up here is cushioned. It's been stolen from outside of the building here. We would like to be able to show the people of Flint that we can solve at least one crime and return back the rug, the black rug. You know, when you get to be my age, you don't only wear house shoes, but you would like to have something comfortable to stand on for 2 minutes and 9 seconds left. So if you could maybe like assign a detective to go throughout the building and show our citizens that we can, you know, live up to the law and get the rug back here in the county, in the city building. And I got a minute and 48, a minute and 46. I want to say to the clerk, to our city clerk, thank you once again for returning the seats. Thank you for giving me the lecture to ask for the return of the rug. But Madam Clerk, could you please take down this barrier and open back up the chamber so that, you know, that we have an open chamber? It's not all jail in Flint. It's not all hell. Someday it will get better, and it can. But we got to come and learn to work together, you know? And I don't know if you can, you know, support a candidate for mayor. But Ms. Flint, I would love to see you run at 17. And at 18, I think you could bring about some changes. And, you know, I don't even know how many schools we have left, but, you know, you could get all your staff from at the schools and give them a job. And I think the city of Flint would support that, because we really need some new, different direction. And, you know, I heard you said that you talked to country leaders. Well, maybe you could be our leader here in Flint. And hopefully so, you know, the glass doors will come open. We got a good thing we got that act back there to keep our doors open. And to the police, we used to be in the hallway. Now you get escorted down the elevator. You go past the glass doors at the mayor's office, and then turn around. The electric doors that open, they put you out. But thank God they have not been throwing nobody in jail. So they're trying to work with us. Y'all have a good one.
The next speaker is LaShawn Johnson.
Here we go, let's campaign.
My name is LaShawn Johnson, and I'm a write-in candidate for the 3rd Ward. I'm here, I'm very respectful when you guys get up. You guys act like y'all elementary kids. Stop. I know I don't fit into your clique, but we can be respectful. Again, my name is LaShawn Johnson. I'm a write-in candidate for Flint's 3rd Ward. I had a lot of residents to reach out to me this week on concerns.
Pause your time. Please give her the respect that was given to everyone else. Thank you. Go ahead.
I had a lot of residents to reach out to me this week on concerns about their neighborhood and their safety issues. Once again, I'm aware, I don't just talk about it, I'm a person that is about action. So me and my family, once again, got out, cut down trees, cut grass, and made it safe for 88-year-olds, 80-year-olds. We did about 6 cleanups this week. I thank God for my family. I want my grandkids, my bonus grandkids to stand, Jew and Zion. They could be doing something else, but they choose to be with their bonus grandmother and help her clean up the city of Flint and the 3rd Ward. And they do not mind. They come with open hearts and open minds, and I'm thankful of them. I also would like to let you know about programs that we have in our community. We have the homes that were built before 1978 has lead-based paint. So if anybody is interested in any of these programs that does your siding, it removes lead. They also have healthier homes. So if anybody is interested in these programs, reach out to me on my Facebook page, LaShawn Johnson, 3rd Ward candidate. Thank you and have a great day.
The final speaker for this meeting is Sandra Jobin.
What about the people that were here on time, but you removed the box 2 hours early?
I'm sorry, that is your first warning. Thank you.
I'm asking you, stupid bitch, I was here on time. You're fucking
That-
silencing me, you fucking dumb cunt whore.
Oh, jeez.
Get out of my fucking public seat. You have no right to silence me. You put your chair back, you hold your box. I was here on time. You were fucking around for 2 hours.
You are
Didn't start
to,
your
you
meeting.
are to
Fuck
leave this
you,
meeting.
shut your ass, you worthless pussy licking bitch.
Go ahead, Mrs. Jobin.
Okay, for one, I just wondered which podium we're using tonight. You know. Which podium are we using? Are we using this one or this one? What's the difference? What's the difference of the podiums? Anybody that's supposed to be here?
Pause or time. RL.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Could you please read the disorderly person city code subsection while we wait?
Absolutely. I got it. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meeting.
And they going outside to that foolishness.
That was inappropriate, what he said. Okay.
Yeah, it was, totally. Thank you. Yep.
What the hell are you videotaping? What are you videotaping for?
Mrs. Jobin, go ahead.
This right here is the city council's problem.
I
That's
thought
your
we
first
couldn't
warning.
videotape.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I
Mrs.
thought we
Jobin,
couldn't
this is your time.
videotape up here without handheld or whatever, and you want to stand here and videotape me? All of a sudden your eyes come upstairs? Unbelievable. This is disgusting. I hope you guys are enjoying the awakening of we the people and come against the system, because this is what happens when you don't listen to them and you try to make financial decisions and try to hide things. Judy, you know what I'm talking about. In the KWA water system that doesn't even exist. But your board does there, and all the money that's going there, yeah, you're going to find out, Judy, real quick. You knew this day was coming. All darkness comes to light. Get ready. So basically, this is just disgusting. And as far as passing the budget, should have never passed. All it was is a bunch of threats. And why do we have the felons watching the people that's not even breaking the law? You put them in positions so you can blackmail them. I mean, all you have to do is look at the county court. You got judges that are on there for sexual harassment that are still being judges. You got the teachers from Mount Morris bringing drugs into the jail through the Ignite program. I mean, it's unbelievable of what's happening in this city, and then you wonder why it's going down. And I said there was a bigger agenda. Look at the land bank.
That was our last speaker. Madam Clerk.
That was the final speaker.
Okay. Council members, council response. Council members may respond once to all public speakers. Only after all public speakers have spoken, an individual council member's response shall be limited to 2 minutes. Is there anyone who'd like to address the
Madam
public?
Chair.
Go ahead.
I want to thank everyone for coming, and especially the youth. Keep coming, keep smiling, keep preparing. And I did speak with your mom, Mari, so that you and I can collaborate. And we're going to get this done. We're gonna do some amazing things and bringing in the rest of the community. We are. To pass to Reverend Smith, I do want you to know when it comes to, I have been advocating since 2020 that we need a comprehensive public safety plan. Still haven't gotten it. I'm gonna still keep saying it loud and the understanding, and now it also includes the opioid plan, which should have a comprehensive opioid plan with intervention, prevention, education, treatment, collaboration, recovery, and all those aspects. And we don't have one, and we have maybe 6 million opioid. And so without these plans, we have an epidemic. Acknowledging that and having the funds and not doing anything with it is so egregious. It's so egregious. There's been no preparation. And we have a gun violence issue. I've been stating that. Last year, we had 10 children shot, some fatal. We lead with children of gun violence, and actually in the state of Michigan, and nothing is being done. And so these are things that when we collaborate, look, the older with the younger, also with our clergy who is showing up, and thank you for showing, this is your third week in a row showing up. Thank you for showing up, because I appreciate you, I do. So I just want to say thank you to everyone, and we have a long meeting, so be patient with us.
Anyone else? Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much. First, just want to make sure that we have an understanding to the lady from Burton sitting in the back. If she has a issue with the land bank, that's not this body. That is the Genesee County Land Bank. So I want to encourage you to attend the land bank public meetings. Moreover, attend the county commissioners meeting. I trust that they will be able to handle any issue that you may have with them, because too often we're in the wrong spaces and the wrong places to get results. We handle the business of the city of Flint. And so we are not over the land bank. So I will encourage you to please reach out to the Genesee County Land Bank Authority, go to their meetings, or to attend the county commissioners meeting where they can be best fit to serve you. Also would like to definitely thank the residents for coming and spending their time to understand government and to understand how it moves. We would like to also welcome the young lady from the Washington, D.C. area. Definitely thank you for coming. And also want to encourage you to take a look at the previous meeting when we passed the budget, so you have an understanding that it already been passed and this body already went through it line by line. It's essential that we do so, because we are facing over 500 layoffs. And so as this body, we are commissioned to do three things. That is, first, pass a budget. The second thing is to create ordinances. And the third thing is to advocate on your behalf. And so we must pass the budget so we can continue to have city services. So thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Go
Madam
ahead.
Chair, thank you. I do want to remind everyone that City Hall will be closed tomorrow in observance for Juneteenth. So I do encourage everyone to take part in the festivities that are being offered around the city, and just make sure we're doing our part to observe Juneteenth. Also, sir, you were talking about what's going on with the ombudsperson's office and your frustration about us funding it, even though it didn't seem as though the office was really taking any concerns or doing anything. So according to the charter, that $250,000 that we allocated in the budget, the charter mandates that we have to allocate that for the ombudsperson. Furthermore, I know that they do have candidates. They've taken in some resumes, and so hopefully they do get that position filled soon. I know you also had some concerns about the Ethics and Accountability Board and a couple of us not having people appointed here. What happened in the case of the 7th Ward was that there was a person in that position, and they did step down. They did not like the environment of the Ethics and Accountability Board, and so they chose to step away from that board. I did attempt to appoint someone else to that board, but I was not able to get the votes. Unfortunately, that person had some disagreement with council members, and so that person was not able to move forward in the process. I am looking for someone to fill the 7th Ward seat, but again, I think sometimes those meetings are so contentious, it's hard for people to want to come and be a part of that. I do believe they have enough members to where they can make quorum, so hopefully they are able to make quorum, but I will continue to search for someone to put in that position. Thank you so much for pointing that out. Also, thank you for taking the time to read the charter. That is greatly, greatly appreciated. And also to the young lady who read the charter as well. I think that it is good for us all to have fresh in our minds the things that you are guaranteed as residents in that charter.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? I'll take my time. to the gentleman who commented about my lack of someone on the E&A board, I did try to appoint someone. However, the way he was treated by members of this body, I will never appoint another one and put him through that. He was treated horribly. Also, I hear comments that we don't have an opioid plan. Well, we didn't like what the mayor's budget was for ARPA. So we got together and we created a plan. And we worked with the community to develop that plan. And we brought it to council. There's nothing that says that individual council members can't do that as well for that program dollars. And that's my time. It's now time for the consent agenda, and I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I would like to pass the consent agenda.
There's a motion on the floor by the councilwoman in the second ward to approve the consent agenda. Is there support?
With separation, support.
It's supported by the councilwoman in the seventh ward. Are there any separations?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
250140-T, which is the reallocation of ARPA funds for the Youth Job Training City of Flint Second Clean and Safe Summer Program.
Okay.
And then also, only because I want to hear some more information about it, 250177-T, which is the reallocation of ARPA funds for the Flint In-Home Plumbing Program.
Okay.
And then there was one more, sorry, hold on, I lost the page. I do want to do 250183-T, which is the contract for Cebus Direct Incorporated, printing, sorting, and mailing property taxes and water bills. It was 250183.
It's on page 5.
Yeah, page 5. And then I think that Energy Flint and home plumbing replacement program amend budget to. I do want to do 250201-T, which is to accept the Eagle, Michigan Department of Environmental, Great Lakes, and Energy Flint in home plumbing replacement program in 2024-25 budget to accommodate funds, only because I do want the residents to hear about the good work that we are attempting to do as far as making them whole with in-home plumbing.
Okay.
And that I yield, Madam Chair.
Okay, is there any others?
Madam Chair.
I heard Dr. Lewis first.
All right, 250213.
213?
Mm-hmm. $250,213 reallocation of ARPA funding, food access and food support, Franklin Avenue Mission, Eastside Compassionate Mission, St. Mark, and Christian Love Faith Center. Any others? That is 250213.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
for administrative corrections, I'm asking that council separate 250184 on page 5, the settlement for.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I am asking that council separate 250184 on page 5, the settlement for
Okay.
Jackson versus Porter. On page 8, 250204.
Just a
the
second.
I'm sorry, the contract with We Preserve Michigan.
Okay. That's 250204?
Yes.
Okay.
And finally, on page 9, 250210, the settlement with Cochran versus
Okay.
City of Flint.
Is there any other separations?
Request for information. What was that last one?
It's the last one.
He's talking about the Cochran one.
The Cochran, oh, excuse me, I gotta find it, just a second. 250210 on page 9. Okay, yes, ma'am.
Okay, I have one separation.
Okay.
250202-T.
That's amend the Choice Neighborhood Grant Agreement for the Endowment Trust. Clark
Yes.
Commons. I read that trust. Okay. Is there any other separations?
Yes. And those went kind of quick. So we got 250-140, that is separated, right?
Yep.
Yes. 250-176.
Okay,
Did we separate 250-177?
yes, that's separated.
250-198.
Second, let me get the page turned.
That's gonna
Okay,
be on
that's
page
not-
6.
I didn't have that run down.
Yeah.
Oh, you did?
I didn't hear that, so
I
I'm...
didn't hear it either, that's why I stated that.
I did, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Also, we do 250-201?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Okay. And I want to do 250-203, 250-204.
That's already separated.
Okay. And 250-206. And did we separate 250-211
No.
and 250-212?
Okay, any others?
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I wanted to separate 250-181 on page 5
Okay,
and the 250-197 on page 5.
okay.
And then the did we separate 250-214
What page is it?
on page
It's
11,
11.
the millage?
No.
Okay, I would like to separate that. Some more conversation.
Okay. Any
Where?
others?
Which one was it?
Page 11.
Okay, the consent agenda consists of the following resolutions.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
250178, change order number 1 for Michigan Department of Transportation, contract resurfacing 12th Street between Fenton Road to Grand Traverse. 250179, increase Flint Public Art Project, we're extending their contract. 250180, contract with CDW, licensing renewal for VMware with the IT department. 250199, contract Lake Star Construction Services, commercial facade at 1309 North Saginaw, 1319 North Saginaw, the Choice Neighborhood. 250200, INA Store, Inc., purchasing 2-wheel loaders, Street Maintenance Division. 250205, contract Lighthouse Insurance Group, City of Flint, Workers' Compensation, excess policy period, fiscal year 26. 250207, reallocation of City of Flint's CARES Act to Community Development Block Grant. 250208, grant acceptance, CS Mott Foundation, Atherton East Apartments demolition, Choice Neighborhood Project. 250209, change order, Flint Housing Commission demolition and resident relocation services, Atherton East Choice Neighborhood Project. And I believe that is it. Yep, that's it. So this is the vote to send these to council.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin is absent. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. Those will be sent to council. The first separation is 250140. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to postpone indefinitely.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor by the councilwoman in the 7th Ward to postpone this resolution indefinitely. Is there support?
Support.
It's been supported by the councilwoman in the 2nd Ward. This is the vote.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That will be postponed indefinitely. The next separation is 250176, change order number 1, funding phase 2, Flint Police Department, City Hall camera installation. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would like to move that resolution to council.
There's a motion on the floor by the councilwoman in the 2nd Ward to move to council. Is there support?
Support.
It's been supported by the councilwoman in the 7th Ward. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
if we could have Deputy Police Chief Fire the U to Antcliff, if he could come. I believe he's here representing the police department.
Assistant Chief Antcliff.
Good evening, Deputy. Are you deputy? What is your official title?
It's been deputy chief for 4 years.
That's what I thought. Not assistant. Because I know that the person who had it prior. My question: what is the additional $14,348 for?
Well, when I was briefed before I came over here, they said there was actually $2,467.16, which is in question. I don't know about the 14,000.
Okay, so on it says requesting a change order in the amount of $14,348.84 to complete the internal project due to renovations of the south building. It was determined that, I guess, more cameras. So you're saying you thought it was 2,000?
2467 and 16 cents which was left over from FY24, and it wasn't spent in time because the renovations were being done to the south building, so they didn't put the cameras in.
Who gave you those numbers?
Finance.
Is Mr. Moore here or Paul? Mr. Moore? How many cameras is that adding?
No clue.
It's kind of unfair they sent you to do this. Why didn't Sergeant Detective Booth come? He normally does the camera.
It was we were notified at the last minute, and he wasn't available.
Oh, okay. Okay. He wasn't available. Okay. Through you, Madam Chair. Mr. Moore, we have on here a change order for $14,348. The original cost of the project was $336,484. How many cameras is this getting?
Oh.
You don't know either?
I don't know the answer for that, no.
No, that's what I told her. I don't know.
Okay, Deputy Chief Antcliff stated that it was 2,000, but and we just got this. I want people to please be patient. We didn't get agendas until this afternoon, and so that's probably why there's a lot of separations, because we're literally reading, not being disrespectful. If I'm looking down, I'm reading. So what is the difference
between the 2,000 and the 14,000. Mr. Moore, can you help Deputy Chief Ancliffe out with that? Paul looks like he's about ready. He does- okay.
Angela was telling me that this was supposed to be about, which is left over from ARPA money.
So we don't know how many cameras that we have. Are these cameras already in?
Can't answer that, I don't know.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna let my other colleagues ask questions, but I'm gonna probably vote to send it back because you unfairly, you just got it yesterday, and Mr. Moore and
No,
Paul.
I just got this today.
Oh.
Like at 5 o'clock.
Well, that wasn't very fair to you at all. So, I'm gonna let, and I understand if you don't know, you don't know. So I'll let my colleagues if they want to ask questions, but I am not going to support it at this time. What I am going to support, I don't know if they want to ask questions, is to send it back to committee so that Chief Green can have someone up here who can answer the questions. I know,
That'll be Detective Booth.
that's why I asked where was he at, yeah.
We didn't find out about this till late this afternoon.
Okay, and it's just, yeah, and that's why, yeah. I don't know if any of my colleagues have questions.
Madam Chair.
Yeah. Yeah, I yield my time.
Madam Chair, so we have two options. This can go to Special Affairs and Booth can come before us, or this can stay here, because this is committee already. So those are our two options. I'd like to make a motion that we leave this here in Special Affairs, in Finance.
Support, Judy.
There's a motion on the floor to keep 250176 in finance, and it's been supported by the councilwoman in the 6th ward. The motion was made by the councilwoman in the 7th ward. So this is the vote. To keep this in finance.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Machad? Yes. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That will stay, and we'll see that at the end of July. The next resolution separated is Oh, you're done. Sorry. The next resolution is 250177, reallocation of ARPA funds, the Flint in-home plumbing program. I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I make a motion that we send 250177-T to council.
Motion on the floor by the councilwoman in the 7th ward to send 250177 to council. Is there support?
Support.
It's been supported by the councilwoman in the 2nd ward. Any discussion?
Yes, Madam
Go
Chair.
ahead.
Is there someone here, Madam Chair, through you to whomever is appropriate to discuss this?
Ma'am?
Hello, how y'all doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm good.
If you could do us a favor and just say your name and title for the record.
Michael Carpenter, I'm the program manager for the lead department.
Thank you so much. Could you tell us a little bit about this resolution?
So this resolution is a backup to the resolution that's also on the agenda. Let me see what number it is. To accept the Eagle Grant, which is 250201T-T. So we are accepting $489,000 from Eagle to do home plumbing replacement. With that plumbing replacement, it'd be everything inside the home.
Point of order, I can't, Madam,
Yeah,
I can't.
it's difficult to hear.
My bad.
There you go.
Yeah, so it's a backup to, again, this pot of money that we are getting from Eagle that is also on the agenda. to be
So this
accepted.
is the 40,000. And I don't have it. Hold on, let me pull it up. So there is Resolution 250201, which is an acceptance grant for Eagle to do in-home plumbing as well, correct? And that is for $489,544?
Correct.
Or it's not to exceed, correct?
Correct.
And so then this grant is, this resolution is basically a partner resolution with this one, and this is for $510,000, correct?
Correct.
And what is this one supposed to achieve? Because I know the other one is a grant, so this is using ARPA funding, so what is this one for?
Just an extra pot of money to help do the same thing.
So this is so that more homes can have their in-home plumbing replaced. So it's just
Correct.
basically, because it's not exactly a match, it's just a little bit more than the Eagle grant, but this is a part of the attempt to continue making Flint residents whole. We know that we see that as water is still being tested, while the water that comes into your tap might be safe to drink, or the water that comes into your home might be safe to drink. The water, once it comes out of your tap, may still have some issues because there was a lot of damage done to in-home plumbing and fixtures, correct?
Correct.
And so these two, the grant and then this ARPA funding, is to make sure for residents that are testing with the higher levels that the water not only comes into their home safely, but then once it comes out of their tap, that the chances of the lead levels being there, that we're bettering the chances of the lead levels being lower, because we do know it is hard to get to 0 parts per billion. So the most you're going to do, or 0 lead, correct?
Correct.
And so this is just something to ensure safer drinking water for Flint residents.
Correct.
All right, and then how many homes do you think, and this is outside of, this is just this one, right? We're not dealing with the Eagle grant right now, but how many homes do you think this $510,000 will cover?
That is a tough question. Until we can actually start peeling back and seeing it's a pilot to actually see what we need to do. I believe I put in for 50 homes on mine, so matching with the ARPA, so about 100 homes.
So we're saying 510,000 will cover 100 homes?
Yeah. I don't know.
Approximately 100 homes, because I do understand what you're saying of you have to work with different plumbers, you have to start that contract part. So however
Correct.
much it's going to cost for the labor, however much that it goes into actually being able to change the in-home plumbing for different homes. And so you're shooting for around about 100 homes with this
Correct.
510. Now, this is just this 510 because we're not doing the total amount. I'm not mentioning the 400 something that's coming from the grant. I'm just specifically talking about the 510.
Yes.
And so we're thinking about 100 homes with the 510.
About 100.
So
yes.
then with that 400, which is not too far off, we're saying about 90 or so homes. So we're looking at just under 200 homes we're hoping to have an impact on with this one and then the next resolution, which is the grant.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I yield.
Is there any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Okay, Mr. Ricardo, go ahead.
Yes, Madam Chair, through you, Madam Chair, to the gentleman standing at the podium. What criteria will be used to select the homes?
2 bottle test kits, so we'll come in and test the water. But basically, I'm trying to get everybody in home plumbing replaced.
You're
in the city
trying to
of Flint.
get everybody.
Well, with lead moves way heavier than water. So even if
Right.
you was to replace certain fixtures, water can be stagnant in your lead lines forever, and it just slowly leaching off. So regardless to the fact, everybody pipes need to be replaced. So if you replace the pipes to the city replaced your
Request for information.
What's your request?
For clarification purposes of those who are listening at home, Ms. Winfrey Carter, don't you think it would be better if he said everyone's in-home plumbing should be replaced? Because when he says pipes, like a lot of the external pipes have already been replaced. So do you think it's important to have
I think that's taking the floor.
I got you.
Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead, Ms. Carter.
Thank you. So you're saying that, first you said that this 500,000 will probably service up to 100 homes, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And I know that the grant that we just voted on, that's also gonna service 100 homes, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Well,
But-
approximately. Again, we don't really know until we actually get some bidders in, contractors to come in and actually give us a quote on how much it'll cost.
do you know the number of homes that actually got their pipes, replaced, and those homes who had high lead levels?
Internal,
Yeah, do you know
I
that?
don't believe we had a program or anything that was in place to replace in-home plumbing.
Okay, because I'm just trying to figure out the criteria, like what I said. What criteria will be used to select the homes? Do you,
The criteria.
do you know if it's gonna be based on lead levels? Well, that was a part of what I asked.
Well, we would check, and the ones that do come back high would be first on the list, but we trying to service everybody.
Okay, because that's probably gonna be more than 200 homes.
Yeah,
So
but
can you get us some more information on this? Will you be able to get us some more information?
yes, I can get you as much information as you need. Just let me know the questions, and I can put it forth.
Yeah.
So you want to like to know the criteria and
Right,
the guidelines?
yes,
I can send
Yes.
it over to Davina. And
yeah.
thought that was in the resolution.
Well, Judy, we just got these agenda packets, Finance was at 4:13 PM. And that's an issue, to get an agenda packet at 4:13 PM and the meeting started at 5. So I would ask that you get that information. I'm probably not gonna vote for this tonight. If we, can get the information and maybe leave it in finance or wherever it needs to go. Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So what's your name again?
Michael Carpenter.
And what is your title?
I am the program manager for the Lead-Based Paint Hazard Control Office.
How long have you been here?
I've been here for 4 years.
I've never seen you.
Yeah,
Yes.
I done called you a few times.
Have you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, I hope I was nice to you. I don't remember, I talked to a lot of people, Jerry. So a couple questions. Thank you. He said 4 years. He's a quiet guy, a quiet gentleman. Real quick, I did call you about the lead-based program and how to apply. I did call you about that.
Mm-hmm.
I did. Thank you for that. You're right. So here's a couple questions that I do have. Everybody's plumbing should be replaced, but the likelihood, because I don't know if it will ever be done. What happened to the grant money with Innovative Solutions, with that $300,000? There was a pilot program where 50 homes were to be changed out, and Faith was fired.
Well, that's the Eagle program that I'm talking about, and we just
Is that
upped the
the
price.
program?
Yeah, we just upped the grant amount. I believe that our initial grant amount was almost like $250,000 or $350,000, and we went more than that to address more.
So
more
are you
houses.
taking the list that Faith had and using her list as identified as the people who need to have their indoor plumbing replaced, or are you generating your own list?
So Faith, whatever she was working on, because we was kind of working together, but I created all of this separate from her initial grant that she submitted.
So this is her grant money?
No.
Is this the same grant that she had gotten?
This was the grant that she was applying for. She didn't get it.
So she did not get the grant?
No.
Because I don't know, you can't speak for her. I know Faith was terminated because she went and said, hey, I can get this money for this grant. You don't speak to it because she's being sued, and you still work for the city, and I don't want you to get fired too. So
Faith with the program, she had 50, it was a pilot program. Faith was working with Arthur Woodson at the time, getting samples and going to people's homes, and she was terminated. She now has a lawsuit with the city that she is suing for, I believe, wrongful termination. And if this program, so you're saying she never got it, because I was told she did get it.
Well, I talked to Eagle, and Eagle did receive 2 different submissions, and they
Through Innovative Solutions and?
I don't know. They didn't give me
Okay.
all that information. They just
So-
told us that they chose our grant.
Okay. And so you don't know if you're not using Faith's list that was already established. You're generating your own list.
Correct. And a lot of this is being backed off of the houses that I'm already in with the lead-based paint hazard control. We already in the house doing windows, doors, side, and so while we're there, that same list, we are trying to get the plumbing done also.
And I get that, Mr. Carpenter, and it's not your issue, but my issue is we still got a group of 50 people or residents who may have, who thought they were going to get indoor plumbing. And I think it was based, like, our most vulnerable population, our seniors. So I am going to send an email, because I want some more information, because, if we had those and we just moving away from that list, which those individuals identified, because some of the people in your lead-based program who used the pretend babysitting thing and were told how to get a hookup, maybe you don't know about it, but they were telling people how to get hooked up. And so I want to make sure these seniors are taken care of, who literally have got issues where the water has corroded their indoor plumbing, and their indoor plumbing is bad. Because everyone who got those windows and sidings pretended like they babysitted some kids under the age of 4. And they did not have, and I know that for a fact. So I want to look at it. I don't know if we can get a copy of what Faith's list is, because those were, I believe, seniors. And to replace indoor plumbing is expensive. And I believe they were going to do 50 homes and at $6,000 or $6,500 apiece. And that program just went away, and Faith got terminated. So I'm not going to support this today, 'cause I need some more questions. I have some more
Thank
questions.
you. Any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
excuse me, through you to the speaker. Good evening, sir.
How you doing?
So, in your application submission, did you tie your application to the lead-based paint program?
Yes, I gave Eagle a background of what I was already doing in home, and I believe that's what the determining factor was why they awarded mines, because I was already.
Yeah, I want to be, because if that be the case, there might be expectation that you are using that criteria for selection, which, in hearing some of the concern of my council colleague, I'm just trying to understand if we can, do general applications, anybody who feels as if, hey, we'll come out and test, or if it be, because I also saw, it seems like between one of the 3 applications, Michigan DHHS, or one of the organizations is tied to it, so I didn't know if there might be some criteria under their funding that might tie how we have to select persons for this service.
So the MDHHS grant is something totally different. That's a lead faucet education. So basically we coming out and replacing your faucets and giving you an education on what lead is.
Okay, so that was not tied at all to the other 2,
No,
to
sir.
the Eagle and this one.
Correct.
Now the Eagle and this one then are related.
Correct.
Okay. So we're looking at doing indoor plumbing.
Correct.
Okay, so when we talk about replacement, are we then looking to go to that PEX or whatever?
Correct, that's code, yes.
Okay. So do you have a idea of what total replacement is for one house?
Just depends on how big the house is. It would be anywhere from $3,000 to $6,000. It just depends on, because some houses already got a new water heater. I would like to replace water heaters, the water fixtures.
So this is going to allow for that also? This
Correct.
allows for
This
what?
is-
Oh, no, you have the other funding for that. The lead-based paint that can do water heaters, right?
It has to be justified, so it's
Okay.
not.
So this funding will allow us to do
Yes.
water heaters?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, the Eagle, yes.
The Eagle side of the funding will?
Yes.
Okay. Are we, so we got Eagle money, and this one is supposed to be a matching fund?
No.
Okay, so this is not matching the Eagle dollars per se?
No, it's just adding to the pot so we could do more.
Okay. All right. I think I'm good. I yield.
Okay. All right. Is there any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Any discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Mr. Carper, do you happen to know, the state had pledged to do $4 million a year, and this was before, it's like 2017 or 18. Did you know anything about that?
$4 million to do what?
Indoor plumbing per year.
No, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm gonna, and that needs to be looked into also, because.
I know there was a program put into effect in 2018, but nobody signed up for it. It just basically died.
So what?
And that's when Faith was here, that's what our whole thesis was piggybacking off of that. But nobody signed up for it.
How much was that?
I had to look it up, but I believe that was due MDHHS.
Okay, and there was also, I believe, a program that, the one that Benton Harbor had got it, but they replaced all of their indoor plumbing there, because they had a water crisis.
Through Eagle.
Yeah, and there was 20 or 35 million, and Flint didn't apply for the money. Is that, because we could have applied for it. I believe it was a pot of money for that too, because this is a very nominal amount, and doing very small parts, when I believe that there was, through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Edwards.
Yes.
Mr. Edwards.
Mr. Edwards.
Clyde.
Mr. Edwards.
This is, and so, Mr. Edwards, I'm gonna start asking the questions now, 'cause I had asked you this before. There was the indoor plumbing. It was, I believe, the same program that Benton Harbor used, and that money was offered throughout the state, but we didn't have anyone to apply for it. And I believe it started because of cities like Flint. Is that correct? Is that the program he's talking about that in 2018 died, or?
I have no idea. Of course, we weren't here in 2018, but I'm not familiar with that.
So last year, I had asked you about, it was a program, and you had told me we didn't have someone to fill out the program, and I believe it was for the indoor plumbing. It was to replace, and I think it was like 35 million or something that was, the state had put up, but we did not apply for that money.
Not familiar. I'm sorry, not familiar with that.
I can go back and find it on video.
Yeah.
So I'll go back to, because I remember asking, and you said you didn't have the staff or the capacity to fill out for it. I remember that. So my concern, Mr. Eric, what happened to Faith's list? Can we find out where Faith's list, which was seniors on it, so that we can, kind of prioritize that way?
I can see if I can track down from our.
Well, yeah, I can still get in her email.
Thank
I'll send
you.
you an email, Clyde.
Is there any other discussion in the second round?
Yes, Madam
Go
Chair.
ahead.
Madam Chair, maybe I should yield to my colleagues. Are there any more questions? I'll yield. I'll wait.
This is your last opportunity. Okay. All right.
I'm
Any
gonna
other
make-
discussion?
Madam Chair, no,
Oh,
I'm
go
gonna
ahead.
make a motion
Okay.
that we leave this in, finance.
There's a motion on the floor by the councilwoman in the Fifth Ward to keep this resolution 250177 in finance. Is there support?
Support.
It's been supported by the councilwoman in the Sixth Ward. This is the vote.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That will stay here. Just a second, let me do this. Put the, come on. 6-0. All right, the next resolution that was separated is on page 5, and that is 250181, the contract Anytime Restoration Services, lead-based paint hazard control abatement service. I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
make a motion to send 250181 to council for approval.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to send 250181 to council by the councilwoman in the Sixth Ward. Is there support? It's supported by the councilwoman in the Fifth Ward. Is there any discussion? Any discussion?
Can
Maybe the council
can
person that separated it would like to discuss?
that was you, wasn't it?
No, that
That was Jonathan, I think.
What is my computer doing?
250181.
Yeah, through you, I believe this is gonna be Michael again.
Pardon, I couldn't.
Through you to, I believe it's gonna be, is this gonna be Mr. Carpenter?
It's 250181 yours, Mr. Carpenter? It's the lead-based paint.
So, Mr. Carpenter, this appears to be a contract for service for the lead-based paint program with the contractor, correct?
Correct.
Now, how did you all, between selecting the vendor and identifying homes for them, did they bid on a group of homes and you selected certain homes from their bid, or how did that work?
So the process works is I hire an inspector, and the inspector goes out and inspect a certain amount of homes. So once I get the report back that says this is lead, this isn't lead, this is deteriorated, so then I do a walkthrough with the contractors. I put a bid out for the contractors. Contractors come in, we do a walkthrough of all the homes, and at that time they bid on the homes. And once all the bids is done and I receive them, we go back to the office and we pick which contractor out of the select contractors that came out for the walkthrough. We pick one, and what I try to do is, because the last go around we had 21 homes, and I believe we had 13 contractors that came out and did a bid, and only 8 of them was in compliance with the city and had all of their licenses together. And I tried to give everybody something. So.
Okay. Now, do you know for this $89,799, how many homes will be impacted in that amount?
This one has 4.
4?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then I'm good. I yield.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Real quick, Mr. Carpenter, you said this last round you did 21 homes,
Yes, ma'am.
and what was the time period?
Oh,
That
we
you-
haven't even started. It's still going through council.
Oh, they're still going through, the 21 homes are still going through?
Yeah, Yep. So I believe
How many homes have you completed?
total
Yes,
70, 77.
77 homes.
Mm-hmm.
77 homes have been completed.
Out of the 4 years I've been.
Oh, okay. How about the last 6 months?
We haven't did anything. We just been waiting. It's the process. It's a process to go through. Actually finding a contractor, getting the delivery reports from the contractor that we hired, then going to council, getting everything approved by legal. It's a process.
Okay. So 4 years, you've done 77. So you kind of like average about what, 18 homes a year in your 4-year tenure with the city. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round? Any discussion in the second round? All right, this is the vote to send 250181 to council.
Mr. Jarrett,
Yes.
Dr. Lewis,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Mashat. Yes. The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to council. The next separation is 250183, contract with Cebus Direct, Inc., printing, sorting, and mailing of property tax and water bills. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Ms. Michelle.
I make a motion to send this to council.
There's a motion on the floor by the councilwoman in the 7th Ward to send 250183 to council. Is there support?
Support.
It's been supported by the councilwoman in the 2nd Ward. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms.
This
Mashat.
is actually going to be very brief. Is there someone who can come speak to this?
Is there anyone who can speak to this resolution? Amanda.
It's going to be super brief. Pretty simple, even though it says in the title. This is just a mailing and sorting contract, correct? And any postage for bills and stuff that we all, so like water bills and property tax bills that we already send out.
Correct.
Right, and this is 3 years, right?
Correct.
Thank you, I yield.
Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Go ahead.
Madam Chair, thank you. Amanda, is there anything else that you would like to share regarding this specific resolution?
No, I mean, this is a new vendor, but they have a lot of more bells and whistles that will be able to be, will be more proactive on our bills, where we can put stuff on the backs of the bills quicker. So I think it's going to be, that's going to be a good thing for us.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you. Any other discussion in this first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Any discussion in the second round? Any discussion in the second round? This is the vote to send 250183 to council.
Dr. Lewis,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Mashat. Yes. Mr. Jarrett.
Yes.
And the vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to council. The next separation is 250184, settlement Diamond Jackson versus Matthew Porter. And this was separated by our clerk. So can I get clarification on as to why this was separated before, or do you want a motion first?
It's up to you. I mean, I can just point out, it's just administrative. The first paragraph says that an executive session was requested on June 4th, but the resolution wasn't addressed then, so it just needs to be corrected to today's date.
So it needs to be amended?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So then we need a motion to just amend to the correct date?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. Bless
Madam
you.
Chair.
What
And
was
we're going
that?
to turn to a point 1?
Yes.
Madam Clerk?
Yes.
All right, I make a motion to correct the date of when the executive session was held and turn this into a point 1 resolution.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilwoman in the 7th Ward to amend the date for the executive session. Is there support? Supported by the Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward. This is the vote to amend the date for the executive session to today's date.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That will be now 250184.1. This is, I will entertain a motion to send to council. It's been moved by the Councilwoman in the 7th Ward. Is there support?
Support.
Supported by the Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward to send 250184.1 to council. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, this is the vote to send 250184.1 to council.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to council. The next separation is 250197-T, acceptance of the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services Lead Education and Faucet Replacement Grant, amend the 2024-25 budget to accommodate the funds. I will entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I move to send that to council.
There's a motion on the floor from the Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward to send 250197 to council. Is there support? Supported by the Councilwoman in the 7th Ward. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So this is to you, to Mr. Carpenter.
Mr. Carpenter?
Mr. Carpenter, this goes along with the other one, correct? No, ma'am. Tell me about this one, please.
Okay, this one is just basically just a faucet education. To be qualified for this, you had to be with Medicaid.
I need to start that all over. I didn't hear you.
Oh, yeah. So this one is just a faucet education where we just go inside the home and educate the homeowner on what the lead hazards is. And if they have a faucet that's pre-2014, we will upgrade it for them.
So
but this is for only Medicaid.
Okay, so who goes into the home to, is it an outside organization?
No, my office actually goes out and educate the homeowner.
Who's all in your office?
It's me, Christina Dye, and Andrew Toes.
Okay, so you actually go in, and what are your determining factors? What do you look for?
Anything that's over copper, PVC, anything that's older than 2014.
How do you know that, though?
I
mean, so when you go into a house and you said faucet replacement, right?
Correct.
So how do you determine?
I mean, if it looks new, it's new.
Yeah, but when you're talking 2014.
Sometimes the homeowner, we ask the home, because we got a survey, a questionnaire that we sit there and go through with them. So a lot of times the homeowner would tell us, well, yeah, we just got the faucet replaced last year, 5 years ago.
So you basically go on homeowners when they know that they've put the faucet in, or an approximate.
Correct.
Okay.
And then we look at the lines that's going to the faucet. If the shutoff valves is bad or the lines is corroded, they using steel copper, we put that down. We want to replace all that.
So you do a checklist.
Correct.
Okay, and so what all is on your checklist?
I'll have to look at that again.
Okay, so one is if the lines are corroded.
Correct.
Two is if the resident says that they've been in there. I've never had them changed, and I bought the house in 1972.
Correct.
So those are some of the factors. I would like to see what your checklist is. If you could send that, email that to Davina. Do you need an email?
No, I have them.
Okay,
Because if not, I got it open right now.
That's fine.
If you could, because I would like to see like what your criteria, what it is that when you go in, you know, what is it that you look for? Because we know that every house for that water crisis had or lead poisoning and other pollutants or bacteria or poisons in the water. It went to every home. And so I would like to know like what your criteria is. What are some of the worst that you've seen in homes? Because you're out there.
Just faucets that just don't work. I've seen some faucets that's the handle gotta jiggle it to work. I've seen lines that's completely just blocked off, corroded. They got calcium on the outside of it.
So is calcium buildup a part of showing that you need to have them replaced, or that your lines are corroded because of the lead?
Not necessarily
Not
lead,
necessarily?
but just,
Okay.
yeah, it needs to be replaced.
Okay. Because I've seen some calcium where they eat up the faucets coming out of people's bathtubs. The one big nozzle, and around it's corroded.
Mm-hmm.
So if you could just share that list, I would because I would like to see it, please.
Okay.
All right, I yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
And this one is just for, so it's education and a faucet replacement, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Which is completely different. So when we're looking at these, so we have two things that are in front of us, because the other ones are the same thing. So when we're looking at the in-home plumbing, so are you gonna take the same homes that qualify for the in-home plumbing and then also change the faucets, or are these kind of working in tandem? So I know that this home needs their in-home plumbing replaced, and so once you replace the in-home plumbing, are you then going to apply this grant money and change the actual fixture? Or is the one grant gonna cover the plumbing and the fixture, and then this is just kind of left over for people who, once you've tested, you've determined that only the fixture needs to be replaced?
So what I was trying to do in my office is put a blanket out there so everybody's covered. So this is just for Medicaid individuals, so you have to be on the Medicaid list in order for us to come out and replace your faucet. But while we're there, we signing you up for the lead program, and once we get the Eagle approved by council, we signing you up for the Eagle program. So
then they are working in tandem. So it's gonna be, I'm gonna replace your plumbing and your fixture.
correct.
All right, and then another thing that I have a question about, because the way that I'm gonna say the way that the city collects water, collects the samples to determine whether or not a home is actually testing higher for lead, I should say. Is the city going to actually physically go and collect the samples themselves now, since we have these two grants? And these two grants are specifically aimed at capturing homes that have higher amount of lead. Because I know as it stands right now, the city does not physically go itself and collect the water samples. And so since you're trying to determine that lead is an actual factor, and you want that the lead is actually higher in these homes, are you all going to physically collect the water yourselves?
That was my plan, either my office or intangible with the public health.
Okay, so then the answer to that is yes, it won't be up to the residents to collect this water.
No.
All right, and then my second question, because again, to truly determine if the fixtures and plumbing need to be changed, there's not gonna be an extensive flushing protocol that is not actually matching what their daily lives are, right? So I know now, the way that the city tends to do it is that there's a flushing protocol that happens for days, right, before a sample is collected. So I know they have the resident flush, do heavier flushing than normal, and then they'll have them have the water sit for a 6-hour period after that heavy flushing. And I ask this because it is not normal or natural for anyone, nor is it desired because of the cost of water in the city, for someone to flush their water for 5-6 days straight. And so if we're gonna get a true snapshot of if this home truly has plumbing and fixtures that need to be fixed. I don't think the extensive flushing is going to be realistic for what you're trying to do. So when you have them, when you go in to collect the water, is it just going to be the normal EPA protocol of the water just sitting for 6 hours? As opposed to the days of extensive flushing before.
Eagle did not give me any type of guidelines that I have to follow like that. So what I was going to do is just do the standard 2-bottle test. Is I was going to get one here and then one at the end and see if you have high levels of lead. Again, my objective is just to replace all internal plumbing.
And I hear you, right? And that makes complete sense. But there are some people who are in a more emergent state in the fact that they have higher lead levels and it needs to be changed. It needed to be changed years ago. And then there are people who their homes are not necessarily testing as high. Keep in mind, I'm saying this, saying that there's no safe amount of lead to ingest, but there's a difference between my home testing for 2 parts per billion and my home consistently testing for 50 parts per billion. And so in order to get a true snapshot of who should be tested, who should be replaced at the beginning and who should be replaced a little bit later, I think that the proper protocols have to be in place. So it can't be extensive flushing, and it needs to be the 6-hour EPA protocol.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Any discussion in the second round? Any discussion in the second round? All right, this is the vote to send 250197 to council.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to council. The next separated resolution is 250198, contract with Fleiss and Vanderbrink, Water Asset Management, Water Reliability Plan, Department of Public Works, Water Division. Is there a motion? Is there a motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
I would like to move this resolution to council.
There's a motion on the floor to send 250198 to council by the councilwoman in the second ward. Is there support? Support. Supported by the councilwoman in the seventh ward. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Is there someone here from the administration?
Come on up.
Hi, Ms. Gray, how are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Good. So what is this? We're just now getting it. Is this to extend a contract or a new contract
No,
for
this
Fleiss and Vanderbilt?
this is totally different than where we have F&V, who is actually our backup operator in charge, as well as filling in as our lab supervisor until we get someone to fill this. This is actually a mandate to have an asset management and water reliability study.
It's hard to hear you.
Can you, I was just going to say, get closer to the mic. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, this doesn't have anything to do with F&V managing the water plant. This is an actual mandate through EGLE and EPA to have an asset management and water reliability study plan.
So is this a part of the Arcadis report of the ACO?
It was part of that, yes, as the asset management when Arcadis did it in 2017.
Okay.
Yes.
We are just now getting this today, and you can't drive and read.
Understandable.
So I want to read this because it's quite a bit.
Yes.
Yeah, it's quite a bit, and so, and I'm not going to force myself with everything. Is this time sensitive, Ms. Gray?
It is. This study is supposed to be completed by the end of the year.
Okay.
So if we put it off for 2 weeks, I don't know, when do we leave to go?
You're gonna put it to the
leave
middle of
for?
July.
We only have one, we have a council meeting Monday, and then we don't come back until the middle of July.
So we have Monday and then we're off
Just a
until.
second, let me look at my calendar.
Thank you.
Our next committee meeting is the 23rd. Is that correct, Madam Clerk? That's what I see, because it's supposed to be the fourth Monday. So it'd be our next meeting is the 23rd.
That is correct.
Okay, so starting from Monday and then to the 23rd. If we put this back to the end, because I really want to read it, is that going to cause a problem, as long as we have it done before then?
It shouldn't, and if it does, we'll probably have to
so you
ask for
have
an extension. Yeah.
End of the year, because I know I've got some questions, and thank you for being here.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that. So I'm gonna let my colleagues, I don't know where they're at. I'm not gonna, I want to support it after I get a chance. We got a mountain over here. After I can get a chance to read it, and because we only have one more meeting because we're off, I think we should still be good, because you said until the end of the year.
Yes.
And we can put it on, I don't know what my colleagues want to do, but I want to support to be putting it on our next committee meeting, which will be, I think, Judy said the 23rd. But I'll let my colleagues, I'll yield the floor so they can ask questions.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. This being committee, meaning that we will have a special affairs and council meeting on the
I'm not going to be able to read
fourth
it.
Monday, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. So, I think that if our colleagues have an issue voting with it on it tonight, then we can just move it to Monday. It'll give us, if today's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, give us about 5 days to get the information, ask the questions that we need. So I would definitely like the rest. I don't know if my colleagues want to speak, but I'll go ahead and yield the time, and in the next round, we can make a motion to put this in special affairs, since my colleagues would like more time to take a look at this. I know I don't want to hold things up.
No problem.
Because, we're not going to be back after Monday. You won't see us back. Well, correction, you won't see me back per resolution till the middle of / end of July. Thank you, that part, 23rd July. So we want to go ahead and get you together while we can.
Yes.
So, again, thank you so much for standing and being here. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Clerk, was this one of the 7 that we received today?
Excuse me, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
Through me to the clerk?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
No
can
problem.
go
Madam
ahead.
Chair, through you to the clerk.
Go ahead.
Madam Clerk.
I'm sorry, just one moment.
Mm-hmm.
Our time's ticking, Davina.
Just checking to see if it was on there, I guess, verifying.
This is the Fleiss Vanderbrink.
Yes.
This was one that was sent to you on Monday.
We had it since Monday. Thank you. I just wanted to confirm. I am fine with my colleagues needing to go over something that we've had for a little minute now. I do understand that folks like to read. I just want to make sure we're clear that we had time to read. I also want to just really quickly ask our colleagues, just as a favor, because I understand when we separate things, we know why we've separated them. and nobody else necessarily knows our intention. So if it's something that you separated, if you're going to leave it here, send it forward, do whatever with it, if you could please take the floor and do whatever your intention was with it, because I don't want to take the floor and assume you were trying to do something with something you separated that you weren't trying to do with it. So I just want to make sure that I'm being respectful of your separations as we move forward in the meeting. I yield.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round?
Yeah, I just,
Go
I
ahead.
want to speak, Madam Chair, I want to speak to what the councilwoman in the 7th Ward just said. Look, if I want to separate any item on an agenda, just to separate it, just to ask one question, I can. I didn't understand where you were coming from with what you just said.
Point of information. Point of information.
What's your point?
Point of information. I want to answer a question because I literally just said I want to be respectful of your separations and not send it somewhere that you might not have wanted sent. That's what I was saying. My point was I didn't want to take the floor and be like, send it here if you were going to say, no, I want to postpone it, or if you were going to say, I want to leave it here. I didn't want to say, send it to council.
I think what should happen too with that, you should always probably ask the chairperson of that committee, hey, you know, is it all right to send it to your committee, well, whatever committee it should go to, or special affairs, whichever one. So either one won't get overloaded, because we don't want special affairs is just a stop through, you know, whereas. Right, yeah. And we shouldn't be in special affairs too long. Yeah, we just needed to clear that up. I just wanted to understand that. I did have one question as far as this resolution. What is the scope of the work that is supposed to be done?
Well, the scope of the work is to actually assess all the assets that are 50 years or older. That means the underground water infrastructure. It will also consist of, as the water reliability study is mandated every 5 years, to make sure that we're adequate as it comes to our actual water pressure. And from there, after a study is done, it will then be submitted to EGO to make sure the improvements that F&V has suggested meet, I guess, their quota, and then we'll move on from there as to what the study predicts for us to do.
Did we have this study, this plan done before?
We've had, it's mandated every 5 years we have a water reliability. So this is, again, 5 years. 5 years from now, which will be 2030, another water reliability study will take place. The asset management is something else that needed to take place. In 2017, Arcadis came up with that we need to have an asset management plan. So this is where they're taking off from the actual advice that Arcadis had presented to us.
Okay. All right, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round? I'll take a few minutes. I did read this in the packet when we got it on Monday. I did see where it's supposed to be every 5 years. It's been 11 years, I believe, since we did it, 2014.
Close to that, yes.
So it's way overdue.
Yes.
If we hold off until the 23rd, well, it wouldn't even be approved until the following, I think that's the 28th of July. Would that give enough time to get the study done?
Now, we will come back Monday to discuss this resolution again. Will it be approved then?
It depends on if it stays in finance, then we're not talking till July 23rd. If it goes to special affairs, then it goes on Monday. Well, we approved it, up to the members of the body.
Okay. I'm not for sure how long it will take for F&V to actually implement their study. I'm not for sure if they've actually stated, well, if you approve it on this day, we need this certain amount of time. So I can't say yes or no. We'll just have to go by what the body feels.
And there's
the
no
need to.
contract signed or anything, because we haven't approved it.
No, I can't enter into a contract
So
until you approve.
you're taking, talking a month, so we might not be starting this until end of August.
Yes.
That doesn't give them much time. So seeing, I mean, like I said, I've read this. I knew what it was coming in. We didn't get all of the resolutions for this meeting, but we had six or eight. I can't remember how many actually came in that email. But, so I'm in favor of this because we do need to get this done. And we do have 6 months. What my colleagues want to do with it, if they want to send it to special affairs or what, I'll wait and see what they want to do in the next round. But I don't think we should hold it because it's got a deadline and a timeline. Yeah, you can say it's at the end of December, but you've got to remember how long it takes the city to get contracts done and get the work started and then get the reports back. That all takes time. So I'm going to go ahead and go into the second round.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So I'm going to say this. I'm still not voting on it. And I'm going to tell you why. Because I don't know if they read the ACO, the Administrative Consider. I did. And I also read the Arcadis report, which also goes with this. And so how quick I read the Arcadis, the ACO is almost 180 pages. And it has an index, you got probably 200. It is pretty thick, and I've read it. And the Arcadis report is, I think, 77 pages, 77 or 78, or I'm sorry, 64. Well, no, it's a little bit more than that. And so I'm not rushing to do something that if it took all this time, I'm not doing it. I'm simply not. Now we got everything they want to rush and how quick we read. Well, I'm going to take my time and read it and write my notes so that I can ask intelligent questions, because the reason why people didn't ask questions before, which is why we had a water crisis. I'm not going to rush through this and act as if, oh, it's so important. Because it was so important, we did it last year, the year before last, or whenever. But there's questions that I do have. Do we have a DPW director right now? We do not.
No.
We do not. And so I'm not rushing through this, and, you know, because that timeline with the July off, which probably everybody needs it. I know our police force don't mind not being here at all. And so for me, I read, and I want my time to read. Now, they can vote on it if they want to, but I know it goes with the administrative consent order, which is almost 200 pages. It goes with the Arcadis report. That's almost 70-some pages. And then we got this. So don't tell me on a Monday what Tanya Burns should be doing through her week, because I take my time and read. You're not going to rush me to read nothing. Nothing. This city for 18 months had water that was poisoned, and they told them that the brown, don't worry about it, that the little bit of rust, don't worry about it, that it smelled foul, smelled like eggs, it didn't matter. So I'm not rushing to do this. I want to know what it is I'm reading, so my vote is the vote that's going to make sure I get the information that I need and tie in the three reports together. And so that's my decision, my choice. And I'm not rushing through it. And we don't have a DPW. I mean, who can, and you are out of accounting. You're the head accountant, senior accountant.
Yes.
And so we have and no disrespect, it should be a DPW being up here, not our senior accountant. It is unfair to have you, because you're not a project manager for these type of projects. Not at all. And so I'm not until I can read and try to contact some other people to educate me further who have worked in this field doing this. So my vote is, if they can pass it if they want to, Tanya Burns is a no tonight. This city already been poisoned because people want to rush and worry about deadlines and other stuff. I'm not rushing, no.
Any other discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So in the spirit of all fairness, I heard my colleague say that she reads, and if that was the case, she would have read it that was in her inbox on Monday. And so we have.
Point of order.
What's your point?
I may be a slow reader, like you are slow at comprehending.
Ma'am, that's through the chair. Go ahead. What were you saying? Okay, because I was going to rule that as an improper point. Go
As
ahead.
it was, thank you. And so we had this since Monday. And, and when I hear, having time to read and et cetera, well, we got 3 to 4 hours to sit up online on a podcast. And so we must redirect our energies towards the business of the people. And the business of the people is, excuse me.
All right.
And the business of the people is to tend to the agenda that we received. And on Monday, we received the information for this. So this is not just a last minute read. And even if it is, we took the oath to do all things necessary to move the business of the city of Flint forward. And so to say
Request for information.
What's your request?
Does she realize that we do not even have a DPW that can answer questions
That's
here
an
today?
improper request. Go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate the representative that's coming before us to answer questions and to also let us know about the importance of voting for this before we take our 1-month vacation. I don't see, and it's also a little disheartening to hear colleagues state that they're just not going to vote for it, period. Now, it will be kind to help us move this to special affairs, so Mr. Pfeiffer, so Mr. El Alamein, so we all could get an opportunity to move it forward if that's what they so choose to do. But I don't think it's fair to sit in this seat in good faith and say, well, we don't have time to do when we see it daily, how time is spent. So not coming for anyone, but just coming for the truth and the transparency that we say that we believe in. So it is my goal, and I don't know if anyone else would like to speak. And so if you would like to speak, just raise your hand.
I want to speak.
Okay, very well. But I would like to I would like to compel my colleagues to please, let's move this on to special affairs so everyone will have an opportunity to read what's happening, to send any email correspondence between now and then so we can get the business of the city handled. And also, I echo the sentiments of Councilwoman Machette, and what she was saying is, if we separate something, don't wait for your colleagues to put a motion on the floor for it, because we don't know what you want. So if you separate it for a reason. So if you separated resolution ... when you hear that resolution named or called by the chair, go ahead and jump in and state how you would like that motion to go. Because it is unfair, and it also appears to be a waste of time.
You already had one warning. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Priestley.
Is there any?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead. Sorry, I knew that.
You know what? I'm just going to say this. We did get some resolutions on Monday at 12:50 p.m. The council meeting is today on Wednesday, started at 5 o'clock. By right, we should have received our resolutions, our agenda, probably on Friday, so that we could have had the weekend to look over things. I work a full-time job, so I have to do my job. I don't have time on a Monday evening or whatever. I did look at everything, but to just thoroughly go through and read, I did come up with some questions. However, this is a lot of information to go through, particularly when it deals with our water system. I'm going to be very careful when it comes to that. Okay? We were in a water crisis, and we still in crisis. It hasn't been totally cleared up. So my vote, I'm not going to sit here and let somebody tell me when I should be reading. I do my job. I've been sitting here since 2017. But I do know that we need to start getting our agendas earlier. It's ridiculous. But I'm not gonna allow one of my colleagues to tell me what I need to be doing. I do enough. I'm taking calls from every ward trying to help people. So with that, I'm going to make a motion that we leave this resolution in Finance Committee.
There's a motion on the floor to keep Resolution 250198 in Finance. Is there support? Supported by the Councilwoman in the 6th Ward. This is the vote
This already separated.
to keep Resolution 250198 in Finance.
We didn't get that till today. So you didn't have this to read on Monday.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
And this part is gonna go.
Dr. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no. That stays in Finance. The next resolution is 250201, accept Eagle, Michigan Department of Environmental, Great Lakes and Energy Flint in-home plumbing replacement program and amend the 24-25 budget to accommodate the funds. What is the pleasure of this body?
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I make a motion to send this to council.
There's a motion on the floor by the Councilwoman in the 7th Ward to send to council. Is there support?
Support.
Supported by the Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward. Is there any discussion? Madam Chair. Ms. Mashat.
Thank you. Madam Chair, through you to the young man, Mr. Carpenter. We talked about this one a little bit earlier. So this is the actual grant that we are getting from Eagle, whereas earlier it was just us putting some money in so that we could change the plumbing in more homes. But this grant is coming from Eagle. Is there a time limit on when we need to accept this grant?
Time limit, not really, but we was executed 3/1/25. So they
I don't know what you just said.
not a time limit, but they gave us the okay to spend the money 3/1/25.
So then, yes, so we need to accept it so that you can begin.
Work, correct?
Yes, so you can begin the work and begin in this fiscal year that you said during the grant process that you would start in.
Correct. The grant would end, what is this? September 30th, 2027.
Okay, and so I would imagine in your budget, you said you're gonna spend X amount in year 1, X amount in year 2, and we're currently in year 1, and we have to start spending that X amount that you said you would spend within this first year.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then with this, and I'm imagining because you turned in the grant, how many homes did you approximate for this grant?
100.
100? Okay. And then with this grant, same thing about criteria. I would imagine you gave them some criteria that you would put in place. Was that a part of when you wrote the grant that you had criteria that you would put in place for it? Meaning if the home tested above this lead level. So I am asking these questions with the assumption, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, we're talking about the 15 parts per billion. Anything above 15 parts per billion is what you're looking to change in the immediacy, or are you looking to change, what's the lead level that triggers the immediate?
15 parts per billion
15
is
parts per billion.
like ahead of the line, but the only qualifications really is your income. But I got it written in where everybody should be approved.
So when you say the only real qualifying factor, here's your income, but then you also have it so that anyone in the city, no matter their income, should qualify?
Correct.
How's that possible?
Because we got it so high where as long as you have a certain amount of people in your household, which normally each household has two people in a household, so we should be able to qualify.
So what's the poverty level that we
I
are?
would have to look at it and they get it to you. I can send it to Davina. And
Is it over 200% of the federal poverty level?
I don't know if it was 200% because I was basing it off of HUDs, not off of
HUD?
Correct.
Okay. So so say that I have a one-person household, but I need my pipes changed. What is the income threshold for that?
I believe it was 50,000.
50,000? It's a pretty good threshold, actually. Okay. I wasn't expecting it to be that high. All right. And then once you start this program, what's the game plan? How will people know to apply? How will you get this out to everyone?
Well, it still coincides with the lab grant that I'm already doing. So basically, if you signed up for this program, you kind of automatically signed up for the in-home plumbing program.
So what if you have residents who are not signed up for that other program, but they qualify for this program? How will you get the word out to them?
With the lead faucet education, when we go out to the homeowners and get the education of what lead is, we will be letting them know. Also, we have another program too.
So is there maybe like a mailer? Are you going to do door to door? Because what often happens is we think that people have information and we find that they did not get that information. Are we going to do some sort of press conference? Are you going to do a press run? Are you going to sit down, News 4, Focus at 4, something like that? I just want to make sure that as many people as possible understand that this exists. And I also want to make sure that people know that there's a $50,000 household income threshold, because a lot of times people will not apply for programs because they automatically assume that they do not qualify. But this, like you said, this is opening it up to quite a few residents in the city of Flint who normally do not, who normally cannot apply for other programs. And so I want to make sure that those residents who now can apply for this understand that they do qualify for this.
Yeah, so we also partnering with the Public Health Office.
Thank you. That's your time. Is there any?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Carpenter. You can finish.
Thank you. So we also partner with the Public Health Office. So when everybody comes in to get a filter replacement, we also are putting the flyers in the bag for them. We also partner with the Greater Flint Health Coalition and LIST. So that's getting the word out with that. We also have an online portal called Find Help, and that's another way that we also get the word out.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else you'd like to add, Mr. Carpenter?
I have to look at the budget again. I don't know if I have money allocated for said news channels, but if somebody wants to partner with us to get the word out, we
Excuse
definitely
me.
can.
No yelling out. Go ahead.
Yeah, that was it.
Okay, thank you. And so, just from sitting in this seat and from previous experience, when we had those forms that went out from the late Councilman Mays, stating people can go and get their home fixed with this form, that got out there very fast, and we didn't have to spend any money. So when people hear that it's a resource available in the community, it gets out here. And so we would definitely love to, to be spreaders of good news. A lot of times we spread bad news, like check on your people and stuff like that. But this is something good that we can spread. So instead of paying news outlets, I think we can just probably use that money for another home. And so we definitely want to. No. And so we appreciate what you do, because I know that I've seen a resident that was a benefactor of this program. And you all took great care of them. And so, again, thank you for your service. Thank you for staying. And I do support your work.
Appreciate it.
Any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Quick question. You said this is the grant acceptance where you put in the application for the grant, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you said there were two. Two people had applied?
Yes, from the city of Flint.
So two had applied for the city of Flint? Two
Correct.
organizations?
Correct.
What is the other, what was the other organization?
I don't know. They didn't give me that information when I called Eagle. My contact person at Eagle was Kate Hutcherson.
Was who?
Kate Hutcherson.
Okay. Okay. All right, that's what thank you.
Any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Mr. Jarrett.
through you to the speaker. You made reference to a resource online, Find Help.
Yes.
I believe that's what you. For the application process to apply for this program, is that only done by coming down to City Hall, or is there a portal or an online application that is available or will be available?
We haven't started it. It's a pilot, so we can make. Sky's the limit. However, what's the easiest way? We haven't came to that point yet.
You haven't gotten to that point.
No.
When do you? How long after this is approved do you think it's going to take in order to get ramped up to where you're ready to take applications? Whether you do it electronically and manually or what? How long do you think it would take?
My office got the capacity to do it now.
Okay.
We just don't want to put the cart before the horse.
Okay. Because I do have, I'm sort of thinking along some of the same lines as some of my colleagues as far as making sure the information gets out there that, hey, the applications are open, these are your options, this is what's going to be, your required documentation, because I think this could be one of those programs that, we only.
Well, again, it's going to be like the same qualifications for the lead program, just we not requiring you to have a child under the age of 6 to qualify. So a lot of we got over 110 applications, and no, it's like 120 applications in my office right now. So that's my program right there without using the ARPA money.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round? I'm going to take a few minutes then, because what I'm concerned about is there's going to be so much demand for this program that we're not going to be able to accommodate everybody. And I know the goal is to be able to do that, but I just don't think that's realistic. What is your plan to choose people to apply? Will it be a first come, first serve? Will it be highest lead level in their water? Do you have any plans on that?
My plans was to go with the highest lead level. And we have the opportunity to apply for more funding.
Okay.
So, but because it's just a pilot, they got to see how this rolls out and everything goes smooth, just like how Councilman Burns was saying. Benton Harbor got a big check of it, so we just got a small portion. They want to see how we do with it.
And I definitely would agree with the highest lead level over anything else as a situation. But did I also hear you say that we got the award letter March 1st?
Correct.
3 months. Now, I'm not yelling at you. We have been saying since this body was elected in 2021 that it's ridiculous how long it takes for these things to come before us. 3 months. Unacceptable. It's not your fault. It's the administration. Thank you very much. Any discussion in the second round?
Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Yeah, she wasn't yelling at you, but you were at that podium.
It's all right.
I was actually yelling in the back.
So, if people want this program, tell me how do you get it? I mean, like, can you say this at the podium on the record?
Just come down to City Hall and
Come to City Hall where?
the front desk.
So you're talking about when you walk in the front doors, go to the right.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
The ladies in the window.
And
that
let
are
them know that
sitting
you're
there.
looking for an application for the in-home plumbing.
So residents, if you're watching, come to City Hall. You need to come through the front doors. When you first on your right, soon as you're right past the doors, you'll see the customer service large window where there will be ladies who generally greet you there, and they need to tell them what?
That they was coming down to apply for the lead in-home plumbing.
And they'll let.
Well, they could do all of it, really. The lead in-home plumbing, the lead-based paint hazard control, and they can also get a faucet replacement, all three of them.
So let's say this again, because I'm a little slow with reading. So we want to do the faucet program. We want to do the lead base for the paint, right? And we want to do
The Flint in-home plumbing.
and the in-home plumbing.
Yes.
So-
Request for information.
Yeah. Oh, Judy.
Sorry, what?
Request for information.
Oh, you don't need to ask that, but go ahead. Oh, Jonathan. Oh, Jonathan. I started getting something from Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Through you to Councilwoman Burns, can you clarify when they're ready for these applications to be requested?
So he's asking that question. You heard it. Can you answer it?
We can start accepting those now.
So we can come tomorrow to the front desk, at the front desk, through the front doors, through the right. Tell them you want everything lead.
Correct.
That might be easier.
That'll be easier.
That,
Yep.
I think everything lead replacement that can be done. I would like to apply any documents what type of documents do they need so they can jumpstart this?
6 months worth of income, bank statements, a deed to the home, because I got to make sure it's your home, ID. If you signing up for the lead program, and I needed somebody under the age of 6, and that's it. Oh, homeowners insurance also. Now, if you cannot provide homeowners insurance, because I know we going through a situation with the roof, I need 3 quotes of said homeowners insurance.
Okay. At least, so if you need the roof part, you need at least 3 quotes for the homeowner's insurance. You need to have your ID, Michigan ID, you need to be living in Flint. You need to have your deed to your property. You need to have 6 months worth of income verification.
Yes.
And if you got a child underneath the age of 6, y'all go to that front when you walk in the front door to the right. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion in the second round? Okay, this is the vote to send 250201 to council.
Mr. Jarrett,
Yes.
Dr. Lewis,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Mashat. Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to council. The next separated resolution is 250202, amend the Choice Neighborhood Grant Agreement for the Clark Commons Endowment Trust. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I make a motion that we send resolution 250202-T to council.
Motion on the floor from the councilwoman in the 5th Ward. Is there support?
Support.
Supported by the councilwoman in the 6th Ward. Is there any discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
ahead.
Through you to Miss Ashley.
This is about time.
Ashley, I have one question that I kind of got confused on. And the document, the resolution and everything, it says the 750,000 and remaining funds. However, in reading, the HUD it says 500.
Yeah, so when we initially drafted the agreement, we thought that it would be closer to 500. After reviewing our payment requests and invoices, it looks like it's going to be between 570 and 750,000. And so that number in the amendment will be the exact number in the trust, so that will change. We don't know that number yet, and so that's why the resolution gives us room to put whatever remaining funds are available in the trust.
Okay, so, and then I have another question. What specific oversight mechanisms will be in place to ensure that the organization that's going to handle the endowment, I think is what? Communities of Hope.
Yep, so there's a board that will be established. Our choice planner, Diana Degner, she will serve on that board for the city. And they will make decisions on how the funds will be spent according to the plan that we submit to HUD with the request with this amendment. And also, there is an invoice process. So they complete the services and they report that to the city, and we pay.
So with this, the wraparound services that were supposed to happen, I'm sure some of them happened.
Yeah.
Those will continue on?
So some of them will. We, the end of last year, we conducted one-on-one interviews with all of the Clark Common residents, along with a representative from Communities of Hope. And so we kind of, from that feedback, drafted a plan on how these funds should be spent, how the residents want these funds to be spent. So some services will continue in some capacity, but we're really kind of reorganizing the program.
Okay.
Yeah, overall.
Okay.
Yep.
And so, so there will be transparency and everything will be in alignment with HUD's guidelines.
So even though the funds are in a trust, we still have to spend the funds according to the People Services guidelines.
Okay.
And the plan that we submit to HUD to establish the trust.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Jarrett.
Yes, through you to Ms. Ashley. Good evening. Has Communities of Hope, Inc. always been engaged in the choice neighborhoods, or are they recent to the program per what we're doing now?
Yeah, so yes and no. They have an employee who's actually the relocation specialist for choice for the entire grant. And she worked actually under the Housing Commission, but she was a part of Communities of Hope organization. She's no longer with the Housing Commission. She's with Communities of Hope in full capacity. And so she has been a part of the grant for the entire duration.
But so, because I'm looking here and it talks about the grantee intends to enter into a contract with Communities of Hope. And I'm just trying to track if it was always, if they were sort of built into the initial even grant application as the potential trust manager, or?
Yes, so they were built into the application, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's because they have a presence in Clark Commons already. their employee who was a relocation specialist. She is doing this work as we speak now. There's also a one-to-one match that is required, and so Communities of Hope, they have other developments in the area. They provide these services for other neighborhoods, and so it's just a part of the work that they do.
And that's what I'm also trying to understand, is Communities of Hope an organization that we should already know about, so to speak? They've been that prevalent in moving around?
They're primarily, I believe their largest communities are in Detroit, but they are associated with the property manager at Clark Commons and the developer. And so that's why we thought it was best to bring them in for this.
Okay.
Yep.
And do we have a feel, for example, of this $750 or so $1,000, what their admin fee might be of that?
We do have a preliminary budget. Not so much admin, because it is a one-to-one match, so they are providing in-kind and a financial match. So whatever admin will be, it will be matched.
Okay.
Yeah,
Because I thought I saw somewhere also where the services, as someone was speaking to, the sort of wraparound services would be extended until the fund is exhausted. And I was just
but the maximum admin for choice is 10%.
Okay, thank you. I yield.
Any other discussion on the first round? Any other discussion on the first round? Any discussion in the second round? Any discussion in the second round? Seeing none, this is the vote to send 250202 to council.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no. Our next resolution is 250203, the contract Renova One renovating roofing, residential roofing replacement program. What is the pleasure of this body?
Request for
Yeah,
information.
yes, go ahead.
Who separated it?
I don't have that.
Oh, okay.
Was that one of the ones, Madam Clerk, was this one of the ones that you separated? Oh. Oh, Tanya, you separated this one?
I did.
Okay. What is the pleasure of this body for 250203?
Request for information.
What's your request?
What would Ms. Burns like for the body to do with this resolution?
That's improper. You know what? That's the motion should be made, then you make it. You don't ask me nothing.
What is the pleasure of this body? I'll make a motion to send this to council. Is there support?
I'll support.
It's been supported by the councilman in the 9th Ward. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Of course. Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
who in the administration? Ashley, that was
Ashley.
you? Yes. So is this the roof lottery program?
It is.
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you this, when I asked who was given this, and I sent emails, who in my ward, we weren't able to be there, then we were told, contact the mayor. That has nothing to do with the transparency of this program. So this program, and then he has a whole press conference, which he has his selected few, and literally you had to go down there to make phone calls in his office. You couldn't take the paper. They would not allow you to call. We did not receive the names or the addresses, saw it on the news, but want us to support this to get roofs when it was the most non-transparent roof lottery ever. And then he gives a press conference in council chambers.
with the people that we didn't know. So this mayor is not transparent. It's a problem for me. He don't own the ARPA money. He uses it for press conferences, and people weren't allowed. We couldn't even get the names. I still haven't gotten them. Who got them in my ward? Where was the roof lottery? Where was it taken at? Who did it? Who spun the wheel? Who put their name in the fishbowl? However it was done, we don't know. How was it done, Ashley? Do you know?
Yes, so our staff, we entered each home that applied into there's an app, it's a lottery, and we selected the properties that way. I can provide a list of each individual, each address that is receiving a roof replacement or repair.
I didn't hear you. Could you
I
say-
can provide that information to you, the list of properties.
I would like to have it.
Yes, I can provide that to you.
I have sent emails requests and never got it.
And I apologize, I didn't receive that, but
Yeah,
I can get that to
I believe
you.
because I know they wanted us
Yeah.
to come down there and sit in his conference room and call the people to tell them,
Mm-hmm.
like some other council members did. That's not a requirement of my job to sit down there in that area. That's not how it should have been done.
Yeah, and we did hold a roof informational for all of the applicants who were selected, and it was to give them information, to sign their project agreements, and to let them know how the program will be ran, and also to meet some of the contractors that they will work with.
So this is coming from the is this coming from the 850,000?
It is.
That, was it Metro Community?
I think it was G-Card.
G-Card did
G-Card,
not
yes.
have
Yep.
someone on the staff to do it. That Councilman Jarrett had a conversation with Emily Dorr at the time, and he called me and said, well, what do you think about this? And at that time, I'm like, I think, well, I said Jonathan, I didn't say Councilman Jarrett. I said, I think that's a great idea.
Mm-hmm.
When you have people who say, I think that's a good idea to repurpose those funds. And then to tell council to go down there you gotta call your people in the mayor's office. People don't get, it is the same, when you want respect given but you don't give it, I mean, come on, it just doesn't work that way. You know, it just doesn't work this way. And these press conferences where I guess they worried about my podcast. I'm glad they fans. I'm glad they are. But I think that when we talk about this community, these are things that should be transparent so that, because people are like, well, what happened? And I believe Councilman Jarrett did go down to try to call, but, you know, his people, but you couldn't take the paper with you. Who want to make, call? We got our own offices. We literally have our own offices and conference rooms. It is not necessary to go there. Hey, I want to tell you, you are a recipient of a new roof. You know, it's the disrespect of the council that this administration consistently does. And so we're supposed to get, was it 72 roofs? This is the first?
Yeah, so we initially, we projected 72 roofs, but now, after we got the budget back,
Now it's 12?
No, now it is 52.
Now it's 52?
Yeah, so we had 8.
From
8
72 to 52?
Correct. Yep, so that's after we got the bids back, and we know our budget now.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, through you to Ashley, you can continue to
Yeah,
finish.
so initially it was 72, now it's 52. We received 8 bids back. We selected 6 of those contractors. You see 2 in front of you today. There will be 2 more at next council. And the first pot of funds, we did enter into contract. We've already started the program. We received a grant from Ruth Mott, and we decided to pair that with the roof program because we were so over budget. And so that's why we have a deadline to spend those funds as well. So we started that.
So, Ashley, when you send the list, can you separate the list by wards?
Yes, it is separated by wards. We can do that,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, and just make sure that every council member get a list, because, no, I'm not gonna sit down in the mayor's office in his candy room to call residents. That's ridiculous. That was a ridiculous condition for our residents to be able, our residents in our ward to be able to get, this benefit. I'll never do that. But thank you. Make sure we get the list.
Yep.
I don't know if I want to support this tonight, but I will. I'll support it, but I do want that list because I want to make sure that, everything is fair. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Jarrett.
thank you through you to Ms. Harris. I heard something about Mott Foundation.
Yes, I'm sorry, the Ruth Mott Foundation. So they fund our neighborhood implementation planner, and we receive a grant from them every year on a 2-year basis. And last year, we had $70,000 for implementation, and we decided to put it towards this project.
So that $70,000 was added to the $850,
Correct.
and even
Yes.
with now over $900,000, we
Yes.
had to go from 72 roofs down to 52.
Yes, that's what the bids came back as, yes. And we received 8 bids and selected 6 vendors, so, yeah. Roofs are,
Were these the 6 lowest vendors? How did,
we chose each vendor that met our requirements. And we also did look at price. We requested unit pricing for each, and then their estimated total to replace, their estimated budget to replace our total amount, which was the 72.
So did the individual contractors go out and inspect the homes for the quotes, or was that done by internal inspectors?
By the contractors.
Okay.
That bid, yes.
So they were asked to go to a few different
Yes.
homes and
Yes, and provide quotes based off of that. But for roofs, there are standard unit price for like per square, demolition, fascias.
Right.
There are unit prices for those, which we also asked for, yeah.
Okay. Did we find that maybe at a given address, if you had, 6 contractors bid on it, there may have been 2 or 3 that says, oh, you got to take the whole thing off, plus the wood, and some others that said, no, it's just a tear off?
Yeah, so that's being determined now. So we got our initial bids, and now we're doing the more in-depth evaluations. So some will be a total replacement and some will be repair.
Okay, so this 182,515, you said there's 6 contractors? Are all?
No, that's one contractor. For the 182, that is just one contractor, Renova 1.
Okay, but it looks like the next resolution, We Preserve Michigan?
Yep, and that's also one contractor for 12. There are 2 more that you will see before you at next council.
Okay.
And then 2 that were under contract, it's lower, it's 70.
So they all are not gonna have the same award amount of the 182?
No.
Okay.
No.
Will they have, okay. So they're not gonna have all 12 residences either. Okay. All right, I yield.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round?
Madam
Go
Chair.
ahead, Ms. Bichette.
Thank you. So I am actually in support of this program. I know one of the things that when I was first appointed, before I was elected to council, one of the things that came up often was the home repairs and roof repairs and making sure that there was money made available for the renovations of housing. And so this is one of those things that is going to help address something that, like I said, was brought up often. I do want to say that the lottery, because your staff is just trying to do their jobs, and so the lottery was very much impartial. There were people who applied. You all put everybody's name from every ward into your system. There was a whole spinning wheel deal that you all controlled, no one else controlled, and it was literally pressed right there in real time. So it wasn't like there were names that could have been specifically pulled or anybody that could have been favorited. I do think that the mayor inviting everyone to his office was an attempt to ensure that everyone recognized the fact that he's giving them access to his space, because we are co-equal branches of government. And so I think that that was one of his many attempts at an olive branch, was by offering everyone the opportunity to come to his office and call the residents for themselves. And so I did take advantage of the opportunity to call the 7th Ward residents who applied for roofs, because I know that it does mean a great deal for them. I know they enjoy hearing from the mayor, but it also means a great deal for them to hear from their neighbors whom they've elected and put in those seats, those elected neighbors being us. And so this is a tough job, right? No one likes anyone all the time. None of us are anybody's favorite person up here all the time, right? Or let alone each other's or the mayor's. And so I do want to recognize the fact that the mayor extends olive branch after olive branch opportunity for everyone to collaborate with him. And Ashley, again, I want to thank your team. I do want to tell you do an amazing, amazing job at going out, seeking grants, finding opportunities for residents, finding ways to build Flint and help Flint move forward. And so I know that this is yet another thing that you and your team have worked hard on that will benefit residents in the long term and help them basically give back to them for deciding to stay and choose home ownership in the city of Flint, so we're able to help replace roofs. Even if right now in this number that's in front of us is not necessarily enough, I know that for one person having a new roof is going to make a huge difference. So thank you. I yield.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? I think that just leaves me that's sitting up here. And I'm going to take my time, because today, one of my residents drove up in front of my house questioning about this roof program because he won the lottery. His name was drawn. And I'm telling you, I actually have known this guy since he was a kid. He and my niece, who lived with me, were friends. And he kept thinking I was pulling his leg. He is so excited for this program because he couldn't afford it otherwise. What I like about being given the opportunity to call my residents is to hear their voice when they answered the phone, and I introduced myself and I said, I just wanted to tell you that you're getting a new roof. And I think you know who I'm talking about, because I'm sure you've heard it. She bawled. This one resident cried, made all of us in that room cry. Not having that opportunity to do that for our resident. That's why we're serving, is to help our residents. We're not up here for glory, because trust me, there ain't no glory here. But I do enjoy helping my residents, and I help everybody who calls me. I've helped somebody this week, yesterday, in the 8th Ward. But the fact of the matter is that it was done fairly. All the addresses were put on, and it was like a roulette wheel with name on it, and as they spun it and it stopped automatically, that was the person who won. That name, that address was removed, and then we did it again until we had spun for every address. I didn't call all my residents. I only called a couple. But it was very rewarding to spend that time in that office and hear the residents' voice when they answered the phone and realized you were telling them the truth, that they were getting a roof. And, you know, everybody says, we want roofs, we want roofs, we want roofs. This is that. This is that. And it's fair because it's same number of people throughout the city. They had to meet all the requirements. It's everything else that was, if they owed water, they have to pay the water out of that roof repair and everything like that, just like we did with the home repair grants. So that woman who made me cry, listening to her cry, that made the day worth it. For those of my colleagues who didn't go and make those phone calls, what did you miss out on? Did you miss hearing the relief and the in their voice? Any discussion in the second
Absolutely,
round?
Madam Chair. First of all, it should not be a condition of any of us to go down to the mayor's office. That's not how it works. And as far as the relief and the roulette wheel and all that little other stuff, we should have been told, hey, you know, we want to do a drawing. Come here. We're extending the olive branch to the mayor. He can come anytime. He is welcome to come to these chambers and talk to us. Y'all spend more time down there conference with him, and Judy, you his favorite. Oh, Judy, I just love you. You can't make this stuff up. Ashley, I would like to have the list, please. The roof program, when Councilman Jarrett is the one who there was the glory in him realizing, because there is glory in it, that there was $850,000 that could be reallocated when he contacted Emily to use for roofs. There is glory in that. So I want to understand, or for you to understand, Judy, don't say that. No, you know, we didn't go. Not one time did he call and say, well, we're going to do the roulette wheel. And as a matter of fact, it don't go very well when I'm down there with the mayor. He can come here. He's respectful. I'm respectful. I'm not his friend. He can come here. He gave us one disrespectful minute, 1 minute. But he can come here anytime. I address him as Mayor Neely. He addressed me as Councilwoman Burns. And we keep it moving. Outside, he called me Tanya. I call him Sheldon when he's disrespectful to me. First. So when we do this, I want to have those addresses, because we weren't all treated the same. And it's nice that they have this fairy tale story. It was the roulette wheel and, you know, all of this. We didn't get, no, no one called and said, and if you don't contact us by email, you know, whatever, you know, call. Hey, we're doing a roof lottery on these. This should have been a transparent process so that people believe in it. It was not transparent. I just asked for the names afterwards. And still, thank you for saying you'll get me the names. We didn't know that the price had changed. And going back to, we get it on Monday. People, this is a part-time job. And Dale, stay off of my podcast. I'm tired of you with that. She's got her podcast. You had one too, it failed. Amen. So I just want to say that, Ashley, please get me this. I support this program and the work that you do. You work tirelessly for this community, and at times it's challenging. I completely understand.
Thank you.
And so I appreciate you. And I appreciate, because I've known your mom since 2nd grade. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much. So one thing we got to realize that when we took the oath to serve, we understood that it was a part-time job. We understood that. But we still chose to serve anyway. and serving meaning showing up when you don't want to, attending those unscheduled, unplanned meetings, those emergency meetings, reading documents that you may get a little later, all for the betterment of the residents. That's what we're here for. Nothing more, nothing less. We're not here to monetize off social media. We're not here for it. And it's funny to keep hearing.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Did you realize we did not get the supplemental package until today, so we only got what the resolution was? We did not get the supporting information. Did you realize that?
Improper, go ahead.
Thank you. So as I continue to get interrupted, the point is, we're here to do the people's business exclusively. We're not here to monetize off the people back. We're not here for content creation. We are here exclusively. We are here exclusively as elected officials, here to serve the residents. And I keep hearing mention of a failed podcast. Nothing failed. What it is that when you're out in the community doing cleanups, when you're starting neighborhood associations, when you're over fire safety programs, when you're doing things of that nature, you don't have time. So if I had time to sit up on 4 hours of social media talking about colleagues and about how you refuse to work with the mayor, if I had that.
Excuse me, that is you are being asked to leave this
Point
meeting.
of order. You need to, point of order. You need to get her because she's speaking to my motives and she's lying. And if she watched, you would learn something. But next time, click like, share, and subscribe.
I did ask you to remove yourself from this meeting.
I'm not monetized. Understand.
Excuse me, you do not have the floor. I did not recognize you. I've asked you to remove yourself from this meeting. She got a warning. There's no second warning. There's one warning.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
While we wait, could you please read the disorderly person city code subsection for our colleagues so we all can have an understanding of what's happening here?
She needed to read it when she was clowning.
I'll be glad to.
Thank you so much.
This woman right in front of the gentleman in the hat with the colored hair. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed. Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. So this means that I'm out here collaborating with other organizations, sitting on different boards to get things done. A lot of good work happens when you're just sitting up somewhere talking about people. So I would like to encourage you to step outside and join us to do the real work.
Request for information. No, point of order. You better get her because she don't need to speak to my motives of what I'm doing. What I'm doing is not shopping at Temu where you are. So you need to get back because I'm not going to deal with you today.
Go ahead. That was improper. Go ahead.
Tired of her. Always got something to say.
Again, Madam Chair, she's still down there.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So, going back to the point of having decorum, it is unfortunate when we have colleagues that continue to talk about other people's hair, to talk about other people's everything, when your only job is to come to these meetings and to serve the residents.
What's your point?
The conversation now is not relevant to the resolution.
Thank you.
Oh, no, it's very relevant because as Ms. Burns was going out, she wanted to talk about podcasts and et cetera and things being failed. This is the whole point. For too many years, we sat here and we let Councilwoman Burns speak to motives and lie. And
That
what
would be
and
you
what, and what I'm
pointing
not
for-
about to do.
That would be you saying Karen Weaver wasn't here for budget, so you're the liar, proven.
That's in, Ms. Burns.
So
We're not giving the floor.
again, how many times are we going to let her keep taking the floor? Because I can pull out the council rules, which speaks to decorum, and also which speaks to you give people the floor, and you can't use privileged motions to take the floor. So this is a violation. So how long are we going to sit here and allow the councilwoman in the 6th Ward to take over our meetings, to run chaos in the chamber? As she called people, these are my tribe, these are my people. She felt safe in the midst of chaos. How long are we going to support chaos?
Thank you. Any other discussion? Any other discussion in the second round? Seeing none, this is the vote to send 250203 to council.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Excuse me, Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to council. Our next separated resolution is 250204, Contract We Preserve Michigan Residential Roofing Replacement Repair Program. What is the pleasure of the body?
That was separated by the clerk.
That was separated by the clerk as well, yeah.
Again, this one needs an administrative correction. The resolution is for the organization, or the vendor, We Preserve Michigan, but the resolved paragraph states that it will be entering into a contract with Old World Construction, which is a typo, so it just needs to be corrected so that the resolved paragraph reflects We Preserve Michigan.
Okay, so we need to make an amendment and change it to a .1.
That's correct.
Okay. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Michelle.
I would like to change it to .1, but if I could have the clerk say one more time what we're changing?
The be it resolved portion, the vendor, to We Preserve Michigan.
So we're changing the be it resolved to,
Let me find the resolution.
I have it pulled up.
In the resolution, it says, be it resolved to enter in a contract with Old World Construction.
Got it. So,
And it should be We.
I got it.
Preserve
Yep,
Michigan.
thank
Okay.
you. Madam Chair, I would like to amend Resolution 250204 to 250204.1, changing the be it resolved section to be it resolved to enter into a contract with We Preserve Michigan.
Is there support?
Support.
It's been supported by the councilwoman in the second ward. Is there any discussion? Any discussion?
There's no discussion on the
There's no
amendment.
discussion in
Oh,
changing this.
In changing, okay, sorry. All right, thank you very much. This is the vote to change to a .1 and change the be it resolved to We Preserve Michigan.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett? Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. I'll now entertain a motion to approve, to send 250204.1 to council.
So moved.
It's been moved by the councilwoman in the 7th ward. Is there
Sup-
support?
support.
Supported by the councilwoman in the 2nd ward. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, this is the vote to send 250204.1 to council.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to council. The next one is 250206, the contract ambulance liability coverage. What is the pleasure of the body? I'll entertain a motion.
It was separated by Councilwoman Burns.
I guess somebody has to make the motion, so I will. Is there support? To
I'm
send to
not
council.
understanding what your motion is.
To send to council.
I'll support it.
Supported by the councilwoman in the 7th ward. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm not sure why our colleague in the 6th ward separated it, so I don't want to speak to what she possibly would have wanted to do with this. I'm hoping that she will take the floor so that we can gain a better understanding of what she might have saw that we could have possibly have missed. I do know that this is a contract for ambulance liability coverage. I don't believe that the chief is in the back. Maybe there is someone, Madam Chair, in the administration who could shed some light on this, possibly.
Is there anyone who can discuss this? Mr. Moore?
Thank you so much. And this just says that it is a resolution resolving that the appropriate city officials are authorized to enter into an agreement with Lighthouse and Alera Group to provide the city with ambulance liability coverage for 12 months of, it looks like from 7/1/25 to 7/1/26, pending the adoption of the fiscal year, so whatever, 26 budget. Funding will come from the general ledger account, and it gives the account number. Hello, Mr. Moore, how's it going?
Good.
Perfect. If you want to talk to us a little bit about this ambulance liability coverage, that would be amazing.
Okay. The ambulance is a special high-risk vehicle that we have that requires special insurance that can cover those risks. Last year we started out with one ambulance in October. This year we'll have 3 ambulances for 12 months, so it's a little bit more expensive than what we had last year. The program has gone very, very well.
Yes, we're at what, about $1 million now?
Yes. And the program is paying for itself, and one of the things that we assumed for when we calculated the cost of the ambulance was the insurance. And this was part of the business plan that we had for the ambulance service.
Right, and you said we went from 1 to 3, and we're at about $1 million in revenue from this. And so this liability coverage, because you said it needed a special liability coverage, right. What's different as opposed to the normal coverage?
Well, we're hauling people from in the ambulance that are residents. They're sick. We give very basic first aid. There's just a lot of additional risk that you have with that. They're often going to hazardous locations. People can be very, very sick depending on what has happened, injured, and it's an important program for the city. But if we want to offer that program, we have to have insurance to protect the city too.
Awesome. So this is just liability coverage as a protection for
Right.
the city as the ambulances go out to take the different calls.
That's correct.
Wonderful. I yield in the first round, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Those were my questions. What is the liability for? Are they saying, what are the extra risk, or what makes it such a high risk?
Well, we're transporting other people. They're not just employees. They're citizens that we're transporting,
Right.
so that's a higher risk. And the people that we're transporting have medical needs. Some of them are very, very sick.
So is it because I know ambulance didn't want to pick people up during COVID,
Right.
you know, and they some of them didn't. And so do you know what the risk factors are that make it a high risk?
Well, you have to be, we pick up people from all walks of life. Sometimes it's, they can be a very simple sickness, but other times it's from a car accident or a house fire. And whenever you transport people that are injured or sick, there's just a higher level of risk involved.
But didn't we had insurance when we first started?
Right. What we had, this is a renewal of the insurance that we purchased.
Okay, so this is the renewal.
Right. We purchased the last one in last October.
Did it go up?
Well, because we have 3 ambulances and we're going to be buying it for 12 months, yes.
Right, so it went up because of the vehicles, but per vehicle, did it go up?
Right, but overall, I mean, if you
I get it went
factor
up because we increased the number.
Right.
But I'm saying, did it increase for the number per unit,
They,
per vehicle?
I believe the number was last year we spent $53,000. This year for 3 ambulances for 12 months will be $86,000. So it is a little bit more expensive, but on a prorated basis, it's cheaper than what we actually paid last year.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Any discussion in the second? Any discussion in the second? Okay, this is the vote to send resolution 250206 to council.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to council. Our next separation is 250210, and this was separated due to the date for the executive session or closed session.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I'd like to amend Resolution 250210 to reflect the correct executive session date being today.
There's a motion on the floor to change the executive session date to today's date. Is there support?
Support.
Supported by the councilwoman in the second ward.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I do apologize because I was sent an updated version of this resolution today without realizing that that correction had been made.
All
So
right.
it does have the correct executive session date on that one.
Then I withdraw my motion.
Okay, that motion is withdrawn. Okay, so this is entertain a motion.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
I make a motion that we send 250210-T2 council.
There's a motion on the floor by 7th Ward Councilwoman to send 250210 to council. Is there support?
Support.
Supported by the councilwoman in the second ward. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, this is the vote to send 250210 to council.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to council. Our next separation is 250211, resolution correction for resolution number 240415-T, resolution authorizing the city of Flint to enter into agreement with Raymond Robeson LLC for the FY 2024 audit. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I would like to send 250211 to council.
Is there support? It's been moved by the councilwoman in the 6th ward to send 250211 to council. I'll support that. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So this one is the resolution for correction. Who can speak to this?
This city clerk knows.
To the city clerk, can you tell us what this is, please?
So generally, what happened when council adopted this resolution originally last September, it was drafted in the amount, I believe, of the previous budgeted amount for the 23 audit. However, the engagement letter was presented and signed for a different amount, and now Raymond Robson is requesting that a correction be made so that it reflects the actual engagement that was entered into by the city. So the original resolution was for $249,000, I believe, but it should have read $274,000. And the out-of-pocket expenses were listed as $10,000, and they should have been $15,000. And that does not, that's just how we normally draft these resolutions, with the other engagement costs reflected in that engagement letter for any additional fees that might be incurred. But right now, it just needs to be corrected to the actual amount of the engagement letter.
And Ms. Burns, that's because she didn't do it by the bid. The engagement letter covered what the bid was.
So are we done with this audit?
It's my understanding that it's still being worked on right now.
It's still being worked on.
I think it's, for the most part, I can't really speak to it. Maybe
Would
Mr.
that be
Moore could,
Mr.
but.
Moore?
Mr. Moore? He and I had a meeting in Paul with them this morning.
So Mr. Moore and Paul, we voted on this last September. We have on here our next resolution is to enter into another agreement for $291,000 for fiscal year 2025. What's holding up the audit?
Excuse me?
What's holding up the audit?
The big problem that we had this year was the hack that we had last summer.
The what? Oh,
the cyber
that slowed us down tremendously, and it made it so that when the audit pulled out or finished the 23 audit, the very next week they were in trying to do the 24 audit, and that we just weren't ready because we had no time to prepare for it as a result of that.
so the 24 audit was delayed because of the cyber attack.
Right.
Okay. Okay. And so when will it be done?
We anticipate at before the end of July. It's in the final stages at this point.
So when are they going to start the fiscal year 25?
They would. They're talking about coming in the first week of October.
Yeah. But you still have to finish this one first.
Right.
Okay. I yield the floor.
Okay. Is there any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Jarrett.
Through you, I guess I'll pose this to Mr. Moore. This correction, so an engagement letter was sent August of 24. The resolution was drafted September 24. How did it come to light June 25?
I think that's a question you'll have to ask Mr. Vina, because I think.
I'm sorry?
The city clerk is the one that has handled that part of it. I'd have to ask her.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So I believe Raymond, because they are, the finances were up to the amount of $259,000. I believe they bill in installments. So I think it's at this point that it was realized that it was never approved for the total amount. So because the engagement letter also states that they will let the council know if it incurs any cost over the the $274,000 or the $15,000 out-of-pocket expenses. I have not received any notification of any of that, so I have to believe that it's just because we've gone over that original amount that the resolution was approved for, the 259,000, when it should have been the 274,000.
Did our packets include a copy of the original?
Yeah, it's in.
It did?
The original resolution that was adopted?
Yeah.
No, but I can send
Oh, I
that to
thought
you.
it was, I'm sorry.
No, I can send that to you right now.
No, I'm just trying to, in my mind, piece together, almost, 8, 9, almost a year later. But I'm sort of following what you're saying. Once the billing actually starts, someone took a look back then at the resolution. And
Correct.
saw-
I believe that Raymond wouldn't have known really about it was probably just when it came up and the PO had already been spent to that amount, and we had probably an outstanding bill.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'll yield otherwise.
Is there any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? I'll just take a minute to say that the resolution was not written for what the bid amount was, and that it was caught because we have a past due invoice, and that's why it was found. So this is the vote to send resolution 250211 to council.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That motion, that will go to council. The next resolution is 250213, and that, 212. And this is the agreement for Raymond Auditing Services fiscal year 2025. I will entertain a motion. And as finance chair, I'll make that motion. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I think they just answered that question, so I don't have any questions for Mr. Moore.
Okay.
I don't. When I kind of asked him about the 2025, which went along with that resolution 250211 went along with, for me, with 250212 when it came to questions of the audit. So it's clear now.
Okay. Is there any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Any discussion at all? Seeing none, this is the vote to send 250212 to council.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to council. The next resolution is 25, this is not our last one, 250213, reallocation of ARPA funding, food access and food system support, Franklin Avenue Mission, Eastside Compassionate Mission, St. Mark Missionary Church, and Christian Love Center. What is the pleasure of the body? What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair, I believe the councilman in second ward separated this.
In the sixth ward, no, you separated it.
No, she separated that one for the missions. So thank you.
What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would like to send 240213 to council.
There's a motion on the floor to send 250213 to council. Is there support?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I'll support the
That's been supported by the councilwoman in the fifth ward. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Okay, this is the vote to send 250213-T to council.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
No.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
The vote is 3 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 3 yes, 3 no. That motion fails. The next, our final separation is 250214, 2025 operating millage, City of Flint, DDA, millage rate of 1.8806 mils. What is the pleasure of this body?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I'll make a motion to send this to Special Affairs.
There's a motion on the floor to send 250214 to Special Affairs by the councilman in the 9th Ward. Is there support? Special Affairs. It's been supported by the councilwoman, excuse me, in the 5th Ward. Is there any discussion?
Madam
No
Chair.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no discussion because it's going to
Oh.
committee. Sorry.
Okay.
I knew that. It's just habit. This is the vote to send 250214 to Special Affairs.
Ms. Burns?
Yeah.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
So moved.
So moved. Supported? Supported by the councilwoman in the 7th Ward. This is the vote to adjourn.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. This meeting is adjourned at 10:21.
She good.
Oh, you know, that is Marshawn. That's just Those are Jeff's. Jeff and his first wife. Not Jeff and the. Marshawn is. Yeah.
Okay, are we ready?
I'm getting ready to run them out.
I'm here. What are we doing next? I never remember.
You got your badge. I don't know what the hell I did with mine. Oh, God, we're never going to get that one passed.
The time is now 10:28 p.m. on Wednesday, June 18th. I call this legislative committee meeting to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
You got your badge? I don't know what I did with mine.
Mr. Alamin is not in. Dr. Lewis?
Present.
Ms. Priestley? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett is not in. You have 5 members present.
There are 5 members present. It's now time for the reading of the disorderly person city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 31-10, disorderly conduct, assault and battery and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meeting. Are there any requests for agenda changes and/or additions? Seeing as how there is none, there is now time for public comment. Members of the public who wish to address the city council or its committees must register before the meeting begins. A box was placed at the entrance to the council chambers for collection of registrations. No additional speakers or slips will be accepted after the meeting begins. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comment, with only 1 speaking opportunity per speaker. First public speaker, Madam Clerk.
First speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Hey, like I say to the council, my name is R.L. Mitchell. I live at 759 East Linden Street on over there by the graveyard, Graceland Cemetery. About the situation about, do you, Madam Chair, to Sasak, 7 Ward person talking about she hired a woman and the woman didn't want the job, and got on, and that's what making that area over there by the Whiting Auditorium, the more sophisticated kids looking at people like they ain't right. I mean, don't lie, no video and no lighter in it, checking me like I'm one of the Middle East dudes that got the wrong name. They sending them quiet as kept sending them back over to the Middle East against their will. They were born in the United States. I think that's why they tore down DNH with that bulldozer. When all that junk, a too tight, and all that junk. And like I was over there this week, and I wait, the girl talking about, I've been there 3 years in a row, and watching the girl from 3 years old and all up to 15, 16, and they gonna question me, sir, who are you here to see? It was on the page, but I decided not to because I seen when somebody done got kidnapped again, 14-year-old, and they be talking about where your kids at. Nope, they be snatching little people's away right in front of the high rise, and people act like that's normal. Talking about chop and all, and knowing with a grin on their face, and they like they don't want to say nothing. The girl, like I'm trying to say right now, I was up in like a Miss Priestley with her little nephews in there, messing with her. He told you right, man, sitting in his mama's seat and stuff and all that junk. They were all unpacking pistols, and the dude gun wrestling and killing each other, and the dude's still on the loose now. Everybody got this a matter of time for all of them get out of hand. And this, all right, Mr. Shack, what you gonna do now? When the people get ombudsman in the city, with the FBI and all that, Sherlock Holmes and stuff, who you think you is? Shack tucking that, like another thing, they made me talk about what's your 4 last digits in your Social Security. It made me forget how to mention my Social Security. I thought I would have a month vacation like the second ward and be retired in this city, get all my money back from.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Look at that drunken robot.
Next
like
public speaker.
Computer.
Ariel, that's your first warning.
Lord have mercy.
And the next speaker is Ana Rodriguez.
I think she left. Next public speaker.
Miss Elizabeth Taylor.
Next public speaker.
Stanley Wood.
Next public speaker.
Mari Copany.
Next public speaker.
Reverend Hogue Smith.
I don't know who you said, but next public speaker.
Keelani Copany.
Next public speaker.
Kawana Mack.
Next public speaker.
James Moore.
James Moore, Second Ward. I just want to talk a little bit about law and order, because what I've been seeing tonight, I ain't got no choice. I got to bring it up. You know, I understand that they have a job that they have to do, but if you stop and think about the title of law and order, you know, the law is in place for a reason, and carrying out the order. You know, these people are the bottom end of your paycheck. Some kind of way or another, they're paying in some kind of way or another in taxes, tickets, however you want to put it. But eventually, it gets to come down to that paycheck that you bring home. And we want you to come home because you guys are very needed here in this city. You know, y'all presence just out there riding around, the car and the light flashing on it, it makes a difference. It stops the crazy shit from happening. And I'm just being honest.
Mr. Moore, please watch your language.
Sure, how you want me to reverse it or whatever. But either way it goes, they're the ones that's out there stepping in it. We're the ones here living in it. We need each other. It's a relationship. So when they get tossed out and get drug off to jail, it ain't really helping nobody. It's got people scared to get on the elevators, you know? We can do better. We're in Flint, Michigan. We're supposed to do better. I talked a couple weeks ago about Jim Crow. Them some Jim Crow tactics if it's making the police look like, you know, that they done took it up to this notch. We need to tone it down and roll it back. You know, I don't know who keep calling for them, but I count 5 of them back there now. I mean, it used to be a time where we only had 1. That would be 4 more cars out there in the community. You know, if you really stop and do the common sense of law and order, you know, we're in this mess stuck together. They the one get the dirty end of the job. They have to deal with it and try to figure out, you know, do we take this one to the jail or we don't take them? I don't know. I ain't got that job. I wouldn't want it. I feel sorry for you guys, but I wouldn't want to have to do you guys' job. But all I'm just trying to say is we just need a little bit more common sense, you know, and I don't mean to pick on the clerk, the city clerk, but when we got barriers up here, I know it's a thin barrier, and I know you say you can see over it, you can see under it, but I can just see the fact that it's there. It didn't used to be there. I've been coming down here 12 years. I remember the old county clerk. This wasn't there, you know? And once again, I'm gonna give her praise for returning back the chair.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is LaShawn Johnson.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Sandra Jobin.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Jason Dye.
Trying not to say a whole lot here because I don't want to basically give you ammo. Do you guys think you're higher than the county? Do you think you rank higher than the county? Because we was just at the Board of Commissioners meeting when you had your little, secret meeting here that John F. Kennedy got shot for saying not to have. Do you think we had a stupid little box to sign our name in? While we had the head prosecutor, David Layton, in the meeting. And people were saying, "Hi, David. Hi, prosecutor." Do you think that Josh went up to the podium and dropped F-bombs? I have it all recorded. You know I do. Do you think he did? You know he did. Do you think Shalita did? You know she did. Were they even silenced for vulgarity? Absolutely not. They were actually heard and addressed back. How it's supposed to go. Looks like they may actually follow the Constitution. Since we're talking about law and order, what is the supreme law of the land? Your stupid ordinances that are repugnant to the supreme law of the land, the United States Constitution? You want to know what else I find absolutely hilarious? The man you morons arrested tonight is the first person to get his case submitted into the Eastern District Federal Civil Court out in Detroit. You want to know what's awesome about that? We know that we have 4 or 5 judges who've been placed there, and their whole entire job is to smack corruption. They're waiting for these cases. You want to know how awesome it is when you file this instead of state court? I've done stuff in state court for, going on 3 to 4 years now. You know what's so wonderful that I absolutely love is the fact that they say, we don't want to hear, right on the paperwork when you first go to fill your lawsuit out, they state, I don't want to hear legalese. I about dropped a load in my pants when I seen that on the paper. That sounds like some SOV citizen stuff. And I'm not a SOV, but I am because I have a 9th Amendment, but I don't believe no laws apply to me because the supreme law of the land is the United States Constitution that every one of you took an oath to and you're bound to. You're not bound to the public, dummy. Don't you even know your own oath? Jesus Christ, what planet is this? You morons don't know your own oath. Your city attorney's useless as tits on a boar hog. First thing he should have said was, that's unlawful, gentlemen. Don't take them out. They have the freedom of speech. Cohen v. California, 1971. Supreme Court case law. You familiar with that? You should be. That's the backbone for the freedom of speech. You know we're the most free speech country in the whole entire world, correct? And that's been upheld. Speech is only regulated if it is clearly intended and likely to cause imminent violence. That is the only way it can be restricted. But how would I suspect you to understand the Constitution when you're over here with your stupid mayor silencing Jedediah? Way to go. That's going in federal court too, dummy.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is S. Savage.
How y'all doing? I have really tried to come with reasoning of the madness that is going on. I've even addressed Liddell and told her that I appreciate the good compliments that she gave as far as passing the bill to make sure that the people's pipes and everything inside of their houses get passed and everything gets fixed. Candace made some very good points on that, but at the end of the day, you guys are violating people's constitutional rights. You guys are literally doing whatever it is that you feel like is necessary to fit your emotions and your needs. It's not about you guys. It's about us. I don't know if you guys got the memo or not. You guys make $22K a year, okay? 4 of y'all up there on the board don't have any other jobs outside of this. This is a part-time job. Y'all make less than the people that apply for food stamps. But yet you guys are up there weaponizing the police and telling them to tell me that I am under a threat of arrest because I speak my mind as a citizen and as a resident of the 3rd Ward. Not only am I a resident in the 3rd Ward, I own a house in the 9th Ward, I own one in the 5th Ward, and I own one in the 7th Ward. You understand what I'm saying? I am a businesswoman outside of everything else that is going on, and you guys are not doing anything to help and or protect the people or citizens of Flint. What you guys are doing is becoming yes mans and yes women, and you guys are doing whatever it is that the mayor wants you to do. What I am here to say is that we need for you guys to put aside whatever personal differences that y'all have amongst yourselves. And I need you guys to start thinking about us as the residents. We are the taxpayers. You have a police officer telling me, thank you for paying the taxes for him to put me out of a building to speak my mind. I literally sat up here and told Liddell, I understand that you think that I may be a bitch about the way that I approached y'all the very first time that I came up here, but it is not about me and or you. It is about our future, and these children of this city is our future, and if we fail them, we fail our city. And the fact that there are 1, 2, 3 of y'all that sit up there, possibly 4, because I don't know you and you kind of just look like you don't really give a damn about us. I'm going to just be honest. I need y'all to get y'all shit together. Okay? I'm 40. Y'all are older than me.
Ms. Savage, please watch your language.
Our children are the ones that are going to pay for this. This has nothing to do with me or you. It literally has something to do with Little Miss Flint, as y'all can call out when there's a discrepancy for y'all. Mar and all of the other citizens and young youth of Flint. It has nothing to do with us.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Rich Jones.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The final speaker for this meeting is Tanya Jones.
That's last. I gotta say something first. Oh, wait a minute. Hello, my name is Tanya Jones. Advocate for my son that's autistic and he's on meth. I've been told that I'm an outsider. I've been said I'm here to harass Candace, the lady in the moo-moo. I've been called a lot of things. Number one, I'm a mother. My main concern is the kids in the opiate crisis. I've been told to go other places. I don't feel I'm wasting my time here, but I don't feel like I'm wasting my time because all I'm trying to do is get the message out. It's opiate crisis out here. I'm trying to put the puzzles together. It's like the preachers in it, the mayor in it. It's like everybody here. The grants in it, you know, everybody rubbing pockets and all this other stuff. So yes, I'm out here looking because when it's concerning my son, it's concerning everybody's child. I'm not affected by the water, never been affected by the water. I moved my kids away from here. They never went to any Flint schools. I got them out of the district. But my main concern is, my son got subpoenaed from grooming from John Cole. Since you don't listen to me as a mother, that I've been coming here and you said I'm harassing, my son got subpoenaed for this court case for John Cole, for grooming. That his court case is July 1st, and I'm gonna be there. His next one, his trial starts the 31st.
The youngest victim was 15 years old. Yes, I have a gay son, and I'm a proud mother of a gay son. I'm his mother, and I'm his voice. And ain't nobody listening to me, but I'm gonna keep talking. I don't need to be on a podcast, because you know what? God got me. The right person gonna hear the message. I'm gonna say, protect y'all kids. Y'all go up here talking about summer programs for 6 weeks. He was working for the mayor. He was working for the mayor. This is his right-hand man. I got other pictures. Pull this one up. Since you can't listen to me, maybe pictures. The subpoena. But no, my son ain't competent enough to go stand on no subpoena, because I'm his mama. I'm trying to get his mental. I'm trying to save my son. And Miss Judy, you got a house at 1652 Ohio Avenue. While you talking about roofs, go take care of them people. I got my son moved out of it. That's your ward. But it's that house is condemned and people are still living there. I went and checked on the woman right there. But I'm going to do what I got to do. I'm going to go back and try to get the right people, whoever. But it's real out here. Y'all talking about summer programs? It's pedophiles out here. This man court today is due back again. So the opium crisis is important, and these groomers. Fuck some motherfucking summer programs. You don't got to touch me. I'm done.
Please watch your language.
No, I'm grown. I don't.
All right, have a good evening. You said that was the last public speaker, Madam Clerk?
That's correct.
All right, so now time for council response. Members of the council may respond once to all public speakers only after all public speakers have spoken, and individual council members' response shall be limited to 2 minutes. Is there anyone who would like to speak during
Madam
council
Chair.
response? Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
Ma'am, I have reported that home multiple times for drug abuse, drugs. That's just one home. This is not back and forth. I'm just telling you what I know.
Please pause the time. Ma'am, she's trying to provide you an explanation on what she's doing about that home. Please continue.
That's just one of many in my ward. There are many houses in my ward with no running water, no electricity, and I can't get people out. I have gone to the inspection. What can we do? Any other city wouldn't allow them to live there. But in this city, we let them. What is wrong with that? It's not safe, but we also don't have enough housing. They're going into land bank owned properties. All squatters. These are all squatters. But there's also people.
Ma'am, please pause the time. Ma'am, she can't, I know, but she can't, you guys can't do the back and forth during council response. As soon as she is done, she is able to come speak with you. All right, continue.
There was a house in my neighborhood, owned, 2 of them, owned by homeowners. No running water, no electricity. One of them, the city went in and cleaned it out. One of them, the mother was able to, because she co-owned the house. And that child, who is an adult, is mentally ill. I don't know what's wrong with him. I don't know if he's autistic. I don't know if he's got a mental condition of some other kinds. But they moved out of that house and they went to another house. Then they got kicked out of that house and they went to another house. Again, no running water, no electricity. It's a game, it's a shell game. And we can't seem to clean it up. And I want to, and I'm dying to, and I try. But there's only so much I can do. I can't go in and physically remove him myself. And if he's being placed in that home, shame on the agency for doing that for a condemned home.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response? Seeing as how there are no more council members who wish to speak during council response.
Yes.
We're moving on to the consent agenda.
yeah,
I do have a note. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was trying to speak.
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Not a problem. So just want to take my time to address the young lady who addressed me in the back. I do apologize that you are grossly misinformed. Now, I know that you came in here and you came out pretty hot, you know, yelling at colleagues and not knowing what we do, not knowing what we stand for. So to say what we support and what we don't support, that's very unfair without having a conversation and asking us what do we support. Because in the city, I know you mentioned that it's important to get the pipes and the water fixed. You are absolutely right. But this is not a monolith. We must literally juggle multiple things at the same time. So while we are fixing water and pipes, we're also working we must have summer jobs. We must work on helping, we have the money, helping residents with their homes. We must make sure that we get rid of blight, knock down these abandoned buildings so people won't get sexually assaulted and murdered and bodies left in there. There are things that we have to do all at the same time. And it's a lot of things that I'll speak for me that I've done in the community as well, such as the Fire Safety Initiative program, you know, different blight initiatives in the second ward, because we have a ward with no schools. Imagine having every single school in the city of Flint in your ward closed down. So every scholar, they have to go somewhere else. So every single ward has their unique challenges. But I would just like to encourage you it's not about being loud, but if you're gonna be loud, let's be loud and right. So have a conversation with the other colleagues, and you will see that a lot of us—
Is my loud and right the fact that you don't live here and you always in Baltimore? Is that my loud and right, or is that not right?
Can we please
exactly.
put the time back
so don't
up at
cut
11
into me
seconds?
if you don't want me to cut back into you.
Ms.
Like
Savage.
I said and like I meant.
Ms. Savage.
I appreciate what you're doing as far as
Ms.
making sure
Savage, you
people's
don't
internal
have the
pipes
floor.
are fixed. But
Ms.
y'all are
Savage,
fucking up
that's
the
your first
city and get the
warning.
fuck out.
Cut her
That's your first
mic.
warning.
Fuck your warning, bitch.
Amazing. That's your second warning. We'll see you next time. Thank you. Perfect. Could you please put her time back up to 11 seconds?
Oh, they done threw her down. And them kids.
All right. So we have council members going to interfere. Not yet.
The time is now 10:55 p.m. I call this,
I can't finish my 11 seconds.
girl, yeah. Please start her 11 seconds.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So, as I finish my time, we need to stand on order. Thank you.
Thank you. That is the end of council responses. I will not be taking my time. It is 10:56 p.m. I call this legislative committee meeting. It is now adjourned due to lack of quorum. I'm gonna gavel in, gavel out, I'm sorry. It is now 10:56 p.m. on Wednesday, June 18th. I call this Governmental Operations Committee meeting to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamina's not in. Dr. Lewis?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns is not in.
They left to go interfere.
Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett is not in. You have 3 members present.
There are 3 members present. It's now 10:57 p.m. Wednesday, June 18th. I call this Governmental Operations Committee meeting it's adjourned due to lack of quorum.
I'm going to have to